Can you see what it's showing me?
Yes. So you now go back to restaurant.
Showing me this. Yep.
So it's good. It's online.
It's online. Yeah.
It's live now.
Online.
And I confirm on my Facebook.
Check on your. I'm gonna bring my slide up now. So at least.
Yeah, 1 minute ago. It's live.
It's live. Okay, so let me bring up my slide. I think I haven't started. Please, if you don't mind, your son, because we've gone live now, is to make sure that it's quiet. What can you see now?
Okay, let me play on my end.
Can you
I
see?
can't see your slides yet.
You can't see my slide yet. Okay, it's just because I haven't started sharing it. Let me go back here and let me share my slide. Just bear with me.
Okay, I think you need to mute on Zoom first.
Yeah. On Zoom. Okay, yeah. Share my slide. What can you say, please? Tunde, if you don't mind, can you confirm if you can see my slide or anybody there? If you don't mind. Oh, Judith, thank you. All right, okay, thank you. I can see my slide. Thank you. We'll start shortly. Just wait for more people to join. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. It's already afternoon, 12 noon. And thank you again for coming back to listen to me. Thank you for day one, day two. I believe we've been having a great time so far, learning something new. Today being the day three, I'm hoping that I will be able to cover the entire slides. It is a lot, I must be honest with you, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to cover everything today. We would stretch over 2 hours. Hopefully we'll be able to do it in 2 hours, but if we go over that 2 hours, or if we're going to go over 2 hours, I will let you know. Okay. We might have a 5 minutes or 10 minutes break in between, and I think we should do that after 1 hour. After the first hour, the first 1 hour, then we will carry on. I think it would be a good idea to have 1 hour break. Sorry, no, 1 hour break. 5 to 10 minutes break after we have spent an hour. Okay. So thank you all for coming back. I think Julie, you're the first to join. Thank you. I can see Adewale Bello here, Alfred, Babatunde, Chris, Godwin, Julie again, Mayowa, Oluwafermi, Winnie. So we hoping that more people will join. I think I'm expecting about maybe another 7 people to join. So hopefully more people will join. I understand today is Saturday, and today can be quite busy for most people, especially those that got family. Yeah, but let's see what we can do within an hour or two. Okay, just a quick recap from yesterday. So we stopped at slide number 4 yesterday, and no, I want to go back. All right, so we stopped here yesterday, and before we stop, I was just trying to introduce you into security testing. If you remember, I don't want your knowledge to just only be limited to use of Qualys, to carry out vulnerability scanning and all of that. I started introducing you to the concept of security testing as it relates to software development lifecycle. And here we talked about, sorry, I think I need to mute people there so that we can. Okay, all right. Yeah. So here yesterday we started talking about security testing as it relates to software development lifecycle, and because I don't want your knowledge to just be only limited to vulnerability scanning, but I want to ensure that you have a well-rounded knowledge when it comes to security testing. But we started talking about it as it relates to software testing. We talked about functional testing, if you remember. That's what a typical software tester would do. We talked about why security testing now is becoming very, very important on the back of so many cyber attack and cybersecurity incident that is happening in the now. All right, so organizations are taking it more seriously now. That when you're developing a piece of software, then you also capture requirement for the security aspect of that software. Then following, then it will now be followed with different type of testing. We said that it could be followed by static application security testing. So before you compile your code, this is what you would do. And we gave an example of what you could potentially be looking for, all right, when you're doing this type of test. And we said among them, you could look for weakness around SQL injection, buffer overflow, cross-site scripting, and many others. We didn't go into details in terms of what OWASP Top 10 is, but I'll leave that to you, to figure out at some point, when you're doing your personal, study. Then we also said that you do the static application security testing, before, the piece of code are compiled. All right. Some of you must have heard about, code review. All right. We're going to talk about some tools in this area shortly. Then we said what usually followed is after you have built the product, maybe before you launch it or put it into the marketplace, you also want to carry out what we call the dynamic application security testing. And what is different between this both testing is one is white box and the other one is black. All right. Again, I'll leave you to read up a little bit on the difference between white and black box testing. And I said one of the tests that you would do, sorry, one of the security assurance tests that you can carry out here is what we call penetration testing. Vulnerability testing can also be quite handy in this area as well, because number one, the product has been built maybe pre-launch before you put it out into the wild, for your customer to start to use it. Then you want to carry out vulnerability assessment, followed also by penetration testing. Okay, and that those two, the example of dynamic application testing. And this was followed by the difference, okay, between both. And I didn't spend time here because I just leave it to when you get the chance, you can read this up and understand it yourself. All right, so day 3. So following on what we discussed yesterday, so both static application security testing too. So we have some tools, So there are tools for each of those. So for example, we had talked about, the static application security testing. So there are tools that are used, to carry out each of these security testing. So both of them, both the static and the dynamic, application security. So I want you to see it like, like they are cousins, okay? So they help finding security flaws hidden inside codes, okay? Often before they get, to the production level. So depending on the application, all right, depending on the platform itself, static application security testing and dynamic application security, static application security testing and dynamic application security testing too can look at either the source code or code that's already been compiled, okay? So some tools even, operate automatically while a developer is working, all right, pointing out flaws in their code in a way, if I don't know if you guys have seen Grammarly before, all right, if you've ever used Grammarly, that, tool that help you to correct your English, all right, or your grammar rather. So some code, some, static application security testing code and the dynamic one work that way. So whilst, you're writing your code, they will be pointing you to your flaw, all right? So they will flag up errors, okay, so that you can make correction to your code on the fly. So why the static application security testing and the dynamic application security testing too are similar? They tend to look at different aspects of developing codes for vulnerability. So the static application security too are most designed to analyze source code, okay, that is uncompiled. I think I'd mentioned it earlier on. They do a good job of actually detecting well-known vulnerability, like I said, such as SQL injection, all right, buffer overflow and cross-site scripting, and many others. Okay, but if you think about the that, okay, which is the dynamic application security code testing, it is slightly different, okay? So in this case, the code has already been compiled. So you can think about maybe a ready-made, product that has been built and you want to test it before, you put it out in the market place, okay? So what I'm saying in the nutshell is the Dart tool, by contracts mostly work with code that has already been compiled, but which has not yet been deployed in the production environment. So for most part, the Dart tool test a complete application from the outside like user would do. Okay, so I showed you a piece of web application yesterday and I've asked you to register. All right, so that is what that is all about. So you've already put it out there and you're testing it, pretending as if you are the user. Okay, so what are some of the tools that are out there? So I've listed a few ones here, so you can see this one that I called. So I put them in different, different category. So this first one is the Secure Code Warrior. We also have the HCP app scan. Then we have the check marks. I want you to, once you get access to this material, go and research on some of this too. All right, and that's what I would advise you. Okay. Then we have the Archinetics vulnerability scanner as well. For that, we have Rapid7. I think I've mentioned Rapid7 all throughout the course of this training. So I would like you to research them and just learn a little bit more. All right. So for example, you see this one that we call the Snook. This one, we use it, okay, on our platform. As a matter of fact, my developers, they use this piece of tools when they are carrying out, all right, a test on a piece of code that they are writing, that they have written, and so whether this actually does, giving them, flagging up the error on the fly, I do not know. I may have to, check with them, but they use this tool, all right, this particular one, this number 4, all right. And when you get to the practical aspect of our training, where you're also going to be working with developers and a few other people, one of the things that we would test your knowledge on is particularly around security testing using one or two of this particular tool that you can see here. And like I said, for sure, we use this particular one. All right. So whatever we're teaching you, you will get the opportunity to actually put it into practice. Okay, so let's look at types of vulnerability scanner. Right, there are a few of them, quite a number of vulnerability scanners that are out there. Okay, some of you must have heard me, repeatedly, mention one of them, like Qualys, Tenable, Archinetics, Rapid7, and many. Okay, they are quite a number of them. Okay, but some are much more popular than the other. All right, so Qualys is a vulnerability management tool. Like any other tools, it helps in identifying and also addressing security threat through a cloud-based solution. Okay. And it can also be used for network auditing as well. So without actually going into what Qualys is all about, okay, I am hoping that some of you will take the Qualys training. There's a gentleman on our platform called Larry Odesanya. Larry is going to be helping you out. So if you want to do the Qualys training and also you want to do the Tenable training as well, Larry is going to help you out. And I encourage it, as a matter of fact. Okay, so Qualys is cloud-based. Okay, and I think on the first day I was talking about how Qualys work. So Qualys has, if you take it, so Qualys is a piece of application. They also have the physical hardware as well. But a better part of my career and where I've worked, I've always used the word, with the widget. So that piece of application, all right, which we call the Qualys Cloud Agent, will get deployed on the end device. Okay, it's just a piece of a little kind of sizable application, not too heavy. Okay, you will get it deployed on the end system, and the end system or the end device could be your laptop, could be your desktop. It could also be the servers as well. okay, those will be deployed on it. And what this piece of Qualys Cloud Agent does, it would go into the system, and on a particular, if you set it at a particular frequency of scan or collecting data, in some places where I've worked, we had set it to collect data every 4 hours. All right, so it sits on your machine and it collects what we call the metadata. Okay, so it will collect all of those information, and it would take that information and it would collect it and send it into the cloud. So for Qualys, the actual scanning does not take place on the end device. The scanning takes place, in the cloud. All right, so that's why Qualys is a cloud-based scanning solution. Okay, so the metadata will be collected and it would be sent into the cloud. So between your environment and where the scanning actually takes place. So you would agree with me that if data is being collected in your local environment and it will be sent out, all right, into the cloud, there will usually be something in between, which are usually firewalls, all right, within your local network. So when you're setting up, this environment, for scanning, you would ensure, that in your own network environment, the firewall is open, to allow, access, to allow that the data that is being collected from the end device, to route through your network, through your firewall, then into the cloud. We're not going to be talking about the architecture, all right, of this firewall in and open the firewall. Just know that when for data to actually leave your organization to go into the cloud Qualys environment, there would be opening a firewall, that would allow that access. Okay, so Qualys is cloud-based. The actual scanning does not take place on the end device. It takes place in the cloud. And the reason, the advantage there is, you want to ensure that, while scanning is being done, it's not causing any network disruptions, to your environment. So it's not impacting, all right, on the production. It's not impacting on the production in your environment. So you want to make sure that it is, it is not intrusive as much as possible. So I think that is clever with what Qualys does, that the scanning actually takes place somewhere else, not on the end device. So the question some of you might ask me, might have in your mind is, all right, so what happens? So when the scanning takes place in the cloud, the scanner engine, again, this is not Qualys training, okay, because you can learn all of that in the actual Qualys training. The scanner will do everything that it needs to do. The only thing that scanner is looking for, like I said, is vulnerabilities. If there are any security holes in your software or your piece of infrastructure, all right, and if that is done after the collection of the information, you would be able to generate a report in the cloud. So Qualys you would always have access to the nice, beautiful, fanciful dashboard. And within that dashboard, you should be able to generate your report and download the report as well. So what that simply means is, you have to log on, into that cloud platform, to be able to download your report. Tenable works almost it works. The operation is the same for Tenable as well. Okay, so that's with the when you're using a Qualys Cloud Agent. Qualys also has, you could also have a physical Qualys scanner as well. It can be wrapped into what we call the OVA. All right, it's an image, and you can deploy that on I believe, I think it's a Windows server, or you could deploy it on Linux. I can't remember exactly now. All right, pardon me for that. You can deploy the OVA as well. So which now becomes like a physical infrastructure, all right, that can sit within your environment. So if you're not using the cloud agent, all right, which is a piece of application to scan, you could also use the physical one to scan as well. There's something I'm also going to be discussing with you when we, maybe later on in the training, where I'm going to be talking about, I'm going to be talking about internal and external scan. Okay, I'm going to be talking about that shortly. So that is, an example, that's just very high level in terms of, how scanning happen with Qualys. And I said that likes of Tenable, Nesios, likes of Tenable, Nesios, and Akinetics, the works, the operation is very, very similar. All right.
So, sorry, Wale, just a quick one. Should we record this session?
I believe is the session not being recorded?
Not at the moment.
Oh, okay. Apologies.
Okay.
Thank God we haven't even.
Yeah.
So let's record to the cloud. Oh, okay. So thank you so much. Oh, Jesus. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, it's been recorded now. Okay. So I'm just going to do a quick recap because we're not being, we're recording now. So that's all about Qualys. And I said that you see all of the scanners, the operations, they are very, very similar. Whether or not why you would choose Qualys over the other scanner is beyond the scope of this training, and businesses have their reasons. Okay, some it might be driven by cost, others might be driven by widely used, others it could be driven by less false positives. So there might just be so many reasons. Otherwise, it could be driven by the support that you would get from the vendor, and if you find yourself in a situation where you have to where you've been asked to go out into the marketplace to look at different toolings and come up with what is best for your organization. Like I said, most important is false positive, the rate of the false positive. You want to ensure that the error rate is low as much as possible. None of these tools are perfect. Then the support that you will get, from the vendor is very, very important. Of course, cost is also very important as well. I reckon that Qualys is quite cheap, okay, and it does the job, to be honest. But you might not be able to use Qualys in certain environment. So if you find yourself in a manufacturing environment where most of the data are OT, operational data, Qualys might not be the best tool for you, not even Tenable. You might be looking at other tools as well. So again, it just depends on your environment as well, and that would determine the sort of tools that you're going to be using for scanning. I'm not going to be talking about the OT environment today because, again, it's just beyond the scope of what we are here for. But for some of my students that are interested to learn about vulnerability management as it relates to operational technology and data, please, by all means, give me a shout. I'll be more than happy to help you further on that one. All right. Then we have, Tripwire. We have, many of them. Some of them are open source as well. We have a tool called WP Scan. They are very, very good for scanning web applications. Okay, especially those ones. Web applications. Then we have the OpenVAS as well. So many of them. Okay, but like I said, I would recommend that for our students, just start with Qualys and also Tenable as well. And at the end of this training, we would get the chance, to even go to do the training on each for those tools further. All right. So in this section, we're going to be looking at how does vulnerability scanning work. Okay. So you can see here that we have the detection, classification, and remediation. Okay, and this is how, very simple, what vulnerability scanning is all about and how it works. Okay, so the first step is the vulnerability assessment tool, whether Qualys or Tenable or Tripwire or anyone, will conduct a vulnerability test for detecting, and this is general. All right, so this is generally how vulnerability scanning works. So this is not this is not common to one particular tool, so this is just general. Okay, so it would conduct what we call the detection, and the first thing is to detect the end device, all right, or the host, and identify whether there is a possible attack, all right. It would enable you to determine the security gap across your network and fill them before the attack, can actually penetrate. So detection is the first thing that the scanner tool will do. Then the second thing that it will do is classification, all right? So the vulnerabilities will now be classified, okay, into different severity level. All right, remember yesterday we talked about, CVSS scoring, okay? And I mentioned that in the typical CVSS scoring, you would usually have, the scoring from 0 to 10, 10 being the highest, okay? So what this tool would do, whatever scanner tool that you're using, it would score the vulnerability, by making reference, to NVD, all right, which is National Vulnerability Database. If you see here, you can see the scanner engine here, connecting, with that National Vulnerability Database, because sometimes you'll be wondering that where does it get this information from? The information about the scoring is because it's making reference, all right, to the National Vulnerability Database. Remember, we talked about that yesterday. So, and the whole idea about that scoring is so that you can prioritize your remediation, so that you can prioritize it. Don't worry, we're still going to talk about prioritization in details much more later. Then what will usually follow is remediation. So generally, vulnerability scanners do not provide a way to address, identify vulnerabilities. So don't forget that the scanner will tell you as much as, all right, this is the vulnerability. This is, the severity. Then some scanner tool, all right, which are not just only a scanner tool, but also a vulnerability management solution. All right, they also, provide further information in terms of, what you can do, all right, to fix your problem, what you can do to fix the vulnerability that has been identified. All right, so they are not just a scanner, but they are also a vulnerability management tool. So for example, Qualys is a vulnerability management tool, because what Qualys would do, there's a mode in Qualys, where it would also show you, though I've used it before, it's not the best, to be honest, it's good, but it's not just the perfect tool, you know what I mean, when it comes to prioritization. It will give you an idea, how to prioritize it. Then it's up to you again, to make some sense out of the information that you have collected. All right. So there's a difference between a scanner tool, and also a vulnerability management. The scanner tool, like I said, will start, from scanning the environment, giving you the result. A vulnerability management tool, will go beyond that, telling you, how you can also fix the issues that you have identified. All right. So some steps here on how to perform a vulnerability scan. Okay, so you might find yourself in a situation at work, and they've asked you to develop, step-by-step approach in terms of how you will carry out your vulnerability scan. So they may ask you to develop a process for us. How you will do this. So again, these are just some guidelines. They're not anything set in the stone. It's important that you know that, and your environment might be peculiar. So you have to understand what is being asked when you're at work, and the peculiarity of your environment, and take some of the information I'm going to be sharing with you today to use them in your environment. So performing a vulnerability scanning requires a standard set of repeatable and also scalable processes as well to address the growing need of your organization. So the peculiarity of your environment is important. Like I said, if you have a standard IT environment, maybe if it's just predominantly Unix and Linux, predominantly Windows, and maybe a little bit of Unix infrastructure, then I consider that standard. All right, but your environment might be different if you're working in an OT environment, or if most of your device are powered with artificial intelligence,
or if they are IoT devices. So that is slightly different as well, because there you're going to be dealing with a whole lot of machine data. So you have to understand your organization and make sure that your process, all right, meet the requirement of that of your organization. So, and you can execute the steps mentioned below here, all the steps that I have here to perform, network vulnerability scan in your organization, and also set, standard procedure as well. So first, it's important for you to define the scope. You would have to identify all the assets that are part of the information system in your organization. And, this is not an easy task, to be honest, because in some organization, you might find out that they do not have, asset inventory. Okay, so if it says, identify all the assets, so that's a big task on its own. So where do you start? That's the question that you ask. All right, as a vulnerability management specialist, I do not expect you to know where the asset is. All right, you have to ask questions. And where things are done properly, your first point of contact would be with the IT team, to get an understanding of what your assets are, and if they have what we call asset inventory. Okay, so if you get that, and what you're essentially looking for is the name of the asset and the IP addresses as well. All right. That's not always the case in most organizations. And trust me, things are not documented. And I've been in a situation where, they don't just have anything. All right, or maybe they're just in the process of doing, putting their asset management, asset inventory together, or maybe they have some information that is not just fit for purpose. Okay, so you find yourself in that situation, so you have to be proactive. But the first business unit that you need to be talking to would be, the IT team, and followed by the network team as well. So network team, generally, they would have an idea of the network devices and their IP addresses as well. All right, so start with that. So a lot of times in interview questions, they want to test your knowledge on whether you understand process and what you would do at every stage in your at work, what you would do. So the starting point, like I said, is scoping it out, and what you do is to know where the assets are. All right, some assets could be on-prem, others you could find it in the cloud. So, but you should have an idea of what it is. So, in some interview might be quite funny as well. So somebody can ask you, oh, supposing you don't know what the asset is, can be quite difficult. If you don't know what the asset is, all right, how are you going to do your scan? It's practically impossible, but you have to be proactive, okay? In some places where I've worked, where we have deployed Qualys, one of the reasons behind buying Qualys, for those organizations is they're open where they have problem with asset inventory. They are open that Qualys would also help them as well, to identify asset in their environment, and Qualys does that. So there's an aspect of Qualys that we call asset management. All right, well, we're going to go get into in there later. So when you find yourself in a situation where you've been asked questions that, oh, what would you do if you do not have any information? Then if you deploy solution like Qualys, it's got a module there that is called asset management, and that can help that organization, all right, to start to build up information around the asset in that organization. Please remind me, because I'm still going to talk about that. My wife, you're here, and a few other people, please remind me that I was going to talk about asset management as it relates to Qualys. All right, then you have to create a standard procedure, create a clear and structured method of vulnerability scanning by fixing standard procedure policies and course of action to implement them. So it's beyond just scanning. Make sure that you have vulnerability management policy, ensure that you have vulnerability management procedure or processes. Okay, they will just be step-by-step approach that you take when you're carrying out your scan. A typical policy should have the method that you're going to be using to carry out your scan, the tools that you're going to be using to carry out your scan, and also the frequency of your scan as well. So a typical in your policy, all of that would be captured. All right. So that would help, when somebody's reading your policy, they will get an idea of, how structured your methodologies are. All right. So identify the type of scan needed as well. So decide whether you need a network vulnerability scanner, a host-based vulnerability scanner, wireless-based vulnerability scanner application, and why Qualys is why a lot of organizations use Qualys is because they're quite clever. They have different modules. All right. So say, for example, if you want to scan your web application, so there's a module within Qualys that you can use. All right. They may not be that very great, to actually scan web application is good, but to actually, do code scanning. Okay. Qualys doesn't do that. Ends up, I showed you a few examples of some audio tools that can help you. All right. Network scanning, definitely, they have a module in their solution as well that would help. But you see, there is no one size fit all scanner. So it depends again. So I work in some organization where they use more than one scanner. Okay. So they have a combination of Qualys, Tenable, or a few other ones. Some use Websuit, okay, to carry out your scanning. So again, understand your environment, then make the right recommendations in terms of the scanner that would best work for that environment. So configure the scanner tool. Configuration is easy, to be honest. It doesn't take a lot of time. The good thing is most products they have they're well documented, and so Qualys is very good with that. There's a lot of documentation that can help you, and a great community as well, where you can learn how to set up the environment, and also where you can learn from other people as well, some of the things that they've experienced, problems, and you would get a lot of answers from that community. Tenable, I'm not entirely sure whether they've got a great Tenable, a great community. But one thing that Tenable is very good at, which Qualys is not good at, is Tenable, they are very good at, so you remember we're talking about zero-day vulnerability yesterday. And if anything happened, anything happened and it has related to vulnerability, Tenable, they're quick to report it. So, and how do I know? Even if you're a customer, you're not, and you type that, if you have any idea what that zero-day vulnerability is, and you put it in Google, trust me, the first company that will come up with information is Tenable Nessus. All right, they are very, very good with that. You hardly get information from Qualys. All right, not anything bad about them, but I'm just telling you from experience. Tenable, spot on. So anything about zero-day vulnerability, they report it just like very quick and on time. And sometimes as a vulnerability, specialist, you need that sort of information, especially if you work in a very pressured environment that you need to report back to the management. So you need such information. So again, not to take you away from what we're talking about, configuration is easy. It's one of the easiest thing, with scanner, to be honest. Like I said yesterday, that what's more important for you is just to understand, what the report means, how you can analyze it and present it, to the management. Evaluating associated risk. I think I went slightly ahead of myself there when I was talking about assessing the report. So you have to take precautions while scanning production environment, and those vitals for operation, for organizational operation, and also to reduce risk and downtime as much as possible. Okay, talking about Qualys, like I said, Qualys is non-destructive. The widgets are lightweight, but my experience, I've seen instances where we get report about Qualys being destructive. When I say destructive, that there was a spike in the memory of a server, and for that reason, maybe a particular job that was set to to a schedule for a particular job in an application that was set to take place at a particular time, it didn't happen, and they have investigated that, Qualys spike up the memory and all of that. And you will get situations like that, okay? but they are very rare. Okay, but if you find yourself in a situation where there was a complaint about memory spike as a result of Holy Scan, then you have to investigate it. Okay, that's why I like the Colis community as well. Even though if you do not know what to do, you can always reach out to the vendor, and you can investigate the situation with them. I've done that a lot of time. All right, where you would have a ticket raised and you can chat with experts in that area, to find out more what you could do. All right, and sometimes I've seen situations where the problem is not with Colis at that particular time. It might just be a network glitch at that time and ends, the spike. Okay, and if Colis was the issue that is causing the memory spike, then you will work with the expert. They know the product more than you do. All right, then find out what can be done, to reduce that risk as much as possible. Follow, you would initiate the vulnerability scan, run the scan. It might take minutes or hours to complete, but it doesn't take a long time, as a matter of fact. And the good thing is, except if you're running an on-demand scan, like I said earlier on, you could have where the frequency at which the widget, the Colis Cloud agent, collect the data is 4 hours. It takes the data, collect it every 4 hours, send it into the cloud, and scanning is done for you. All right, but if you're running an on-demand scan, all right, and this is where you have to take a whole lot of caution. So you have to understand again the asset, whether they are critical or not. Then you also have to work with the asset owner, to agree, on the time or a good time for you to actually run that scan. Okay, but with normal scanning, like I said, with the agent, collect it and send it. You're not involved at all. All right, but on-demand scan, you're actually scheduling a time for that scan to run. Analyze the result. Use qualified resource who possess knowledge about the scan system for analyzing result. 99% of the time, you are the one analyzing the results, to be honest, because that's why you're hired. And we're still going to talk about what you will look for in a result much more later. Then create a remediation plan. So for every good scanner, I use the word good scanner, every time the scan result is out, in the scan report or result, you would also see recommended remediation activities. So you have to review that with the expert. An expert could be the IT team here. You have to review them. These are the recommendations to fix this vulnerability. Is this doable? And that's where vulnerability management also comes in as well. Communication is essential, and I'm going to be talking to you about that pretty much soon. All right, so network vulnerability scan categories. So here we have different categories. We have what we call the intrusive and non-intrusive method. We have what we call external vulnerability scan. We have internal, then we have environmental. We also have other scanning method as well. So let's look at what that is, right? So with the external vulnerability scan, so for this particular one, the scanner will target the area of the IT ecosystem that are exposed to the internet. And I was talking about this earlier on. So because you remember that I gave an example yesterday or the day before yesterday when we were talking about Amazon. All right. So and I said, Amazon, all of us, we interact with the web application, all right, which is the www.amazon.co.uk. All right. But you see that web application sits on the web server. Okay, and that web server will be somewhere in the cloud. So the fact that you can interact with it, shop on that platform is just because it is external facing. So for that reason, as a vulnerability management, analyst or specialist, you have to carry out what we call external vulnerability scan. Because that aspect of that server, it is exposed, to the world. All right. So this area can include application ports. You can scan for, you can scan the website, you can scan the services, network, and also system that are accessible by external customers and users. All right. So you will scan that from external vulnerability, view point. So internal. Just give me a sec. All right, before I go into the internal, so what are the benefits of external scans? All right, this is they're usually interview question. So external scanning, like I said, much like internal scan as well, has many benefits. Again, we're talking about the proactive approach to protecting your network by performing this scan. External scans will show you the weakness in your network that could lead to a potential incident. With external scan, it would help you to identify, possible surface attack in your network defense, such as, like I said, open port in the network, open port in the network firewall, as well as, enhances your web application security. Okay, so that is one or many of the benefits that comes with external scan. So with the internal scan is the opposite of the external, because this scan will search for and also identify vulnerabilities inside the network in order to avoid damage, as well as to allow organizations to protect and tighten their security and application security that are not exposed by external scan. And you would agree with me. So if you work in an organization, your HR server, for example, will not be exposed to external users. Your project environment will not be exposed. All right. I mean, a lot of this is slightly different now, particularly with this, work from home, but there would be certain infrastructure that are internal to your business that they will not have visibility from outside. All right. So with the internal scanner, the primary target of the scanner is the internal enterprise network. So once a threat agent makes it through what we call a security hole, the threat agent can leave your enterprise system prone to damage. All right. So this scan will search for and it will identify vulnerability inside your network force. Okay, so you can imagine. So when we hear about all of this compromise, sometimes cyber attack and all of these crazy things that happen, you want to first defend yourself from outside, because whoever is going to compromise your system, most likely they would come from the outside. I'm not talking about inside, malicious malicious inside, and I'm talking about someone that's coming from outside. All right. So if they're able to penetrate from the outside, then if you have a very robust inside network as well, that you have the right controls in place, then the risk will be reduced as much as possible. And that's one of the reasons why internal vulnerability scanning is very, very important, and some of the benefit that also comes with it as well. So internal vulnerability scan are performed from a location that has access to the internal network. All right, so you're sitting within the environment. So remember, I was talking about Qualys earlier on, and I talked about how you can use Qualys to scan the external interface. Then you can also use Qualys that is deployed within your environment to use it to scan your internal network. All right. So the best practice, okay, is for you to scan externally and also to scan your network internally as well. But how you do this depends on the position of where your scanner is positioned at all time. All right. For the ones that you want to, for tools that you wanted to use to scan your internal network, it must be deployed within your network. And for those that you want to use to scan externally, it would be from the outside. Okay, so Qualys does that as well. So you could do external scanning from outside, then you could deploy the same tool or different one internally to do internal scan. Okay, so you can see here that the objective of both is different. Okay, so let's look at the objective of the internal scan. I think I've already mentioned it. You see, there are many benefits. Sorry, the benefit. There are many benefits that comes from performing internal scan. All right. So by performing internal scan on a regular basis, you're taking a perspective. You are taking a proactive approach to protecting your network, from vulnerability. All right. Internal scan can also help to provide insight into your patch management process. Okay, so when analyzing the data from the scan, you have to pay a close attention to trends, such as missing patches or top vulnerability. Okay, so both of them serve different objectives. Both of them serve different objectives, and again, different benefit. But with best practices, we normally recommend that you scan from both outside and inside your network. All right. Then we have here environmental vulnerability scan. So environmental vulnerability scan are based on specific environment of your enterprise technology operations. All right. Remember earlier on, I was saying that it's important for you to understand your environment. Okay, environment are different. So like I said, in some environment, it can be predominantly Windows. All right, others, could be a mix of Windows and Linux environment. Others could be an OT environment. So for some of you that are going to be working in manufacturing, the manufacturing sector, all right, where you'll be dealing with a whole lot of machine data. Like I said, because they are so peculiar, and in terms of the data that is generated by those machines, environmental scanning can also work in that area, all right, work for that particular environment. It might be slightly different from the conventional scanning that you do, in a typical IT or Windows-based environment, all right? So these vulnerability scans are specialized, and they are able to be deployed for multiple technologies, such as IoT devices, website, cloud-based, and also mobile as well. So understanding your environment would really, really help to determine the sort of vulnerability scanning type that you want to deploy. All right. So I've been talking about internal and external scan. So this illustration here would help you further. All right. So you can see here, the external scan, the scanner is taken from outside. This is your corporate network. The scanner is deployed inside. This one is deployed from the outside. And like I said, I'm using Qualys as a reference. Okay, Qualys does this well. You can scan the external interface. Then you could also deploy, the scanner inside, to scan the web server, email server, routers, and suite, and all of that. Okay. All right. So here I'm going to be talking about, the scanning type again, but this time around, I'm going to be talking about non-intrusive and intrusive scanning. These are usually questions that are asked as well at workplace, when you're interviewing. Okay, so it's important that you pay, rapt attention here. So the non-intrusive method of vulnerability scanning. This one kind of identify a vulnerability, all right, and generate a report for the user to fix. Okay, if a non-intrusive method is used, no actual vulnerability exploitation occurs. And I want you to note that. That is why it is called non-intrusive. All right, no exploitation occurs. Let me give you, I like to use this example, and I want you to pay, please, rapt attention. So if, Julie, if you imagine that I invited you to my house, or to my, my house, and I give you the home address to my house, and you showed up, all right, at a particular time. Let's say our appointment is 2 p.m. and you showed up. And when you get to the front of my address by the door, you notice that my door, or the door to my home, all right, maybe to my kitchen area or to my home, let's say you notice that the door is left ajar, all right. and you press the bell, all right, the bell rang, but nobody was at the door, to let you in, but the door was left ajar. You notice that, okay? So we could say because the door is left ajar, all right? So let's say, that is a weakness, okay? So my door is left ajar, I am vulnerable to physical theft, okay? Someone just randomly walking on the road, I could notice that, and they can, just, come in and make away with my valuables, okay? So let's say there is a weakness in the door because it's left ajar, all right? But whilst you're there, you've pressed the bell once or twice, I didn't, nobody answered. You could apply just like a little tilt to the door, and the door can open and you can make your way inside, okay? But you would agree with me that, in this part of the world, there are also extra locks as well that we put behind the door. So after you have locked the door, with the keys, you could also put like this knock, like a chain-like security lock behind it. And even when someone applied a force to the door, that chain-like, extra lock behind it can also protect, you, or protect you and stop the person from coming inside. So let's say that is the case, okay? So one, we've established that the door is left ajar and you can actually apply a little force to it to open it, okay? So we have also established that, all right, it is vulnerable, okay? So I'm trying to talk about exploitation, all right? So we know that it is vulnerable and I have valuables in my house. You see, Julie, if you apply a little force to that door, assuming that I do not have that extra lock behind the door, then, the door would open and you can make way into the house or into my property, okay? And if that is the case, and if that's what you did, then we can say Julie has successfully exploited the vulnerability. And what is that vulnerability? The open door. All right, so with non-intrusive scanning, all right, what you do, all right, is start and it stops from you just identifying the vulnerability. You are not exploiting that vulnerability because you are not applying an extra force, to see what's inside, if I put it that way, okay? So that is exploitation. But the reverse or the opposite is intrusive vulnerability scanning. All right. So with this one, you're actually making an attempt to exploit that vulnerability. So if you have applied that force and you go into the house, then what you have done is intrusive. Okay. So after that, you have discovered the vulnerability during the scan, then you have gone in there, you're making a plan, all right, to exploit the vulnerability. So that is the difference. In most organizations, and I can tell you for the fact, we carry out a lot of non-intrusive. As the name suggests, intrusive. See, if you apply a force to my door, most likely you will break the control, okay? And that's the case for most organizations. We do what we call the non-intrusive scanning as opposed to the intrusive, okay? Not that, and the reason is because with the intrusive scanning, like I said, something is likely to be broken if you do that. So you can imagine every time you scan, you're doing intrusive. Then somebody's going to ask you, so what's the benefit of this? Because if you do it today and you break something, and the next day somebody comes to work and they can't do their work, then they will raise their eyebrow. You know what I mean? Then they will begin to question why they have to carry out vulnerability, because it's impacting, on production, okay, on productivity of the people. So you don't do it. It's not something that you do all the time. You only do intrusive scanning once in a while, and that's where penetration testing also comes into play as well. All right. So penetration testing is a combination of vulnerability management plus exploitation. All right. So you have identified a weakness. A pen tester would identify a weakness, then take advantage of that weakness, which is intrusive, to see that if they can actually break that control, to access, valuables. And what are those valuables? Sensitive information and blah, 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 blah. Okay, I hope you guys are getting it. Okay, so when we say, I think that the summary is we do not do intrusive scanning all the time, and if you have to do it, then that's where penetration testing comes in. So can vulnerability scanner or tools do intrusive scanning? Absolutely yes, and I'm still going to talk about that shortly. We call something credential and non-credential scanning. Please note that I'm going to talk about it shortly. All right. So the main benefit of intrusive scanning method is that the scan would highlight the security risk or security holes, as well as the impact of an exploited vulnerability. So on the other hand, this scan could also, like I said, disrupt processes and operational systems in the network, which can cause issues for both the customer and employee of that organization. Therefore, intrusive scan should be done with caution. All right. So when you get asked in an interview, make sure that you are able to highlight the benefit of both intrusive and non-intrusive scan. And like I said, intrusive scan is not something that you do on a regular basis because of the drawback. All right. So remember I talked about intrusive scan, and I said a typical vulnerability scanner can actually do it, okay? And they can do it by reason of, credential, when you provide the credentials to the scanner, to carry out that scan. So in vulnerability scanning, we have what we call authenticated and non-authenticated scan. The unauthenticated, like I said, that is the non-intrusive. So where you have not mandated the scanner, you have not given the credential to the scanner to go and scan the environment. So what does this mean? It means that you explore and detect services on a computer over a network by sending packet onto that open port. You are probing, okay? It determines the version of an operating system. This is what a typical scanner would do. The software version behind respective services, open file share, or any other available information, without authentication. All right. Then we have the older one, which is the authentication scan. So this one, it accumulates more details information on the version of the operating systems and software installed by using a login credential. All right. So you will provide a privileged login credential to the scanner, and the scanner can take that and go into the system and probe further, all right, to find more information about the identified vulnerability. So if I take you back, so when I gave the example about Julie, so I said, Julie, if you tilt the door, you can actually peep and see what is, in my house. So maybe you will see the table, you could see the color of the wall, you could see a few things, by taking a peep into it. And that's what you do with a non-credential, okay? But until you apply, force, to exploit that vulnerability, then you would come into the entire building. All right, there you can see, the doors, you could, walk upstairs, I'm just trying to paint a picture here. You could walk upstairs, you could see all the doors, you could see that, oh, one door, one room leads to another. And you could look at all of the doors and how they're all connected together. As a matter of fact, you will get more information, you will gain more insight into how, the entire building is, all right? You will get more, you will gather more information that, oh, yeah, maybe the door that leads to the master bedroom does not even have a lock. Some have a lock, so, that is the sort of information that you will gather, by reason of exploiting that vulnerability. Then you can now plan your attack. You can look at, all right, so you could see a vault, maybe within, one of the rooms. And, if those vaults are not lurk, you could go there and make away with the valuables. All right, so I want you to see that, information in the vault as sensitive information. You can make away with that. That is an example of, a credential scanning. All right. So with the credential scanning, like I said, that, you would have worked with the IT team. They would provide you with a username and the password. So in some organization, they would specifically create, a credential for your scanner too, and they call it a different name. But the sort of privilege that they would give, that credential would have, would be high level privilege. All right. So if you think about, some of you have worked in the IT team. So if you think about, an admin username and password, all right, admin login, that would afford you to be able to, do anything on your laptop, download a piece of software and run that, software in your laptop or on the desktop, or, it could afford you to be able to make changes, to the system. So that is the sort of, credentials that you will provide to your scanner to, that would enable the scanner to be able to perform that, intrusive scanning, with the ability to cause some damage, when we say exploitation. Okay. All right. Does that make sense to you guys? Okay. All right. It's also important that I say this as well. So Qualys, you could do that. Tenable, you could do that as well, and so many other scanner too. But it's all right, so that I don't complicate things. Let's just move on. There's something I wanted to say, but let's just move on. Let's see if time will permit, or if you ask me a question that is related, then maybe I'll talk about it. All right. So we've been talking generally about how scanning works and all of that, but we've been making a whole lot of reference to Qualys Guard. Okay. So again, how would that engine work? Like I said, in Qualys, Qualys would do what we call check if the remote host is alive. Okay, so when Qualys, if you click scan in Qualys, this is the first thing Qualys will do. All right, Qualys is checking whether that remote host. Let me use this one. Qualys is checking whether the remote host is alive. Okay, give me a sec. All right, before I go into that, let me just give you a little bit about the Qualys again. So Qualys is a scanning methodology mainly focused on different steps that an attacker, cyber criminals, might follow in order to perform an attack. So it's important that you know this. So as a vulnerability management specialist, you're also an ethical hacker as well. All right, because what you're doing is what cyber criminals would do. All right, it would try to use exactly the same discovery and information gathering techniques that would be used by an attacker. All right, so the scanning engine it composes of different modules that would handle specific scanning tasks and are chained in an intelligent way in order to avoid performing any meaningless vulnerability check. Okay, it only performs vulnerability detection based on services that were discovered and properly identified. All right, the scanner engine performs scan in a very dynamic manner to optimize speed and performance. And these are the following steps that you can see, this ladder that you can see here. So number one thing that it would do, that Qualys would do, Qualys would check if the remote host is alive. So I said earlier on, the first step is to check if the host that you're trying to scan, the host meaning that your laptop, your desktop, your servers, all right, the host that you're trying to scan, if they are up and they are running, in order not to waste any time. All right, so you could have 5,000 assets within your environment. All right, but not all of them will be up and running at a particular time. So when you give Qualys the go ahead to go and scan that entire environment, then what Qualys is doing at that particular time is to check whether those hosts are live or they are dead. All right, and the detection is done by actually probing some well-known TCP or UDP ports. Okay, so if I take you back here, so these are examples of the ports that the police will probe to ascertain whether or not that asset is alive. So you can see port 2123, port 21, 22, and 23. Some of you, if you're an IT guy, you probably will be familiar with this. Port 25, 53, 53 being DNS. Port 80, your HTTP, port 88, 10, 101, and all the way down. All right, 443, your HTTPS. All right, so these are example, 21 being FTP, 22 being SSH. All right, and all of this port, Qualys would probe it. All right, to find out whether the host is alive. And if the host is alive, then Qualys will continue to do the check. Then if it's not, then it stops there. All right, but in your report, Qualys will tell you whether the host, it will tell you the host status, whether it is alive or it is dead. Then what usually follows after that is what we call firewall detection. All right, you remember earlier on I was telling you firewall detection. So I was saying that you can imagine if you have Qualys deployed on your server, and Qualys have to collect metadata, and Qualys have to send that metadata into the cloud for further checks or for further scanning, that there will usually be a firewall that would protect your local network or your corporate network from the outside environment. Remember I talked about that? Qualys will do that again. So the second test is Qualys will check if the host is behind any firewall, all right, or filtering services, all right. Firewall example, it could also be IDS and IPSs as well. So anything that is in the way of the host, Qualys will check that. And the test enables the scanner to gather more information about your network infrastructure, and it would help before doing the scan. Again, Qualys will probe certain UDP and TCP port as well. So the third step there is here, TCP or UDP port scanning. So Qualys would, step is to detect all open port UDP ops to determine which services are running on your host. So now you can imagine that first, Qualys has been able to ascertain that your host is alive. There is a firewall, learn a bit about your network, and there is an access in your firewall. Then the next thing is Qualys is trying to figure out now is what services are running on the end device. Okay, so it will do the port scanning. And like I said, the number of port is configurable. Both the default scan, is approximately, so let me take you back here. It's important for some of you that are going to be interviewing. Okay. So which service is running on the TCP port, and again, what it would produce in your report, would be those services that are running. So Qualys will check that. Okay, then what would now follow is your OS detection. All right, so once the TCP port scanning has been performed, the scanner tries to identify the operating systems running on your host. All right, so this detection is based on sending specific TCP packet to the open and to the closed ports as well. So Qualys would do that. All right, this is very, very important. And remember, I said something earlier on that when you're choosing the type of scanner, one thing that is important is the error rate. Okay, false positive we call it. All right, so you must check with the vendor the rate, their error rate. All right, so because see, you don't want a situation where you have run a scan across 5,000 assets and it all comes back as the wrong operating system. All right, that is, you don't want that. As it's come back with, and I think for most vendors, they are getting better with that, to be honest. But in the early days, they're usually high, false positives. Okay, so I've been in a situation where I had done some work for an asset management, and I remember that I've run my scan, and for sure the infrastructure team knows that the operating system that is running on that particular IP address is not what my Qualys is reporting. Okay, for some reason, when I do my scan, Qualys is not getting to probe or fingerprint that operating system to tell me exactly, the version that is running. So it's coming back with something different. And every time I send that report, to the infrastructure team, they will always say, hey, I think, Wale, this is not the operating system that is running. And they would manually log onto it and tell me, this is not what is running on the system, it's a different one. And, that is a clear case of false positives where, Qualys is reporting, a different operating system other than the one that is running on the machine. And there could be so many reasons for it. I'm not going to get into the details today, because if I do, then we'll forever just stay here. But know that, and that's an example of a false positive. The question that, a typical interviewer will ask you, or somebody's interview, is what did you do in that case? And I've just given you an example. If you're unsure, go back to the infrastructure team, and find out, the exact operating system that is running. And again, the network, with Qualys, again, work with the network team and the Qualys, to ascertain what the problem is. It's important I let you know that you will not fix all the problem. Okay, there will be instances where you're actually working with other member of the team, to find a solution to the problem. So what did I do in my own case? I think I went to the network team, to be able to find out, why, my scan is not getting, to that particular target host. And we realized that, where it's actually stopping, there's a load balancer, all right, right in front of that particular server. And every time that my scanner is doing the fingerprinting, is actually fingerprinting the load balancer as opposed to, the target device. I can't remember exactly what we did to fix that problem, but I knew that, we fixed it. We got to the bottom of it, but it was more around, collaborating with the network team to understand what the problem is, getting a solution. I think it came down to issue of a firewall, I think so. Can't remember exactly, but that problem was resolved. All right. Then after that OS detection, what is followed now is the service discovery. Once the TCP UDP has been found open, the scanner tried to identify which services are running. So services, like I said, example is the port that's open. Is it running HTTPS? Is it running HTTP? Is it running, port 21? Is it running port 22? And you have all of these ports, different ports that is running at that particular time. Qualys will identify it and it will report it. Then lastly, our vulnerability assessment based on service detect. Once the scanner has identified the specific service running on the open TCP port and UDP port, it will perform an actual vulnerability assessment. The scanner first will try to check the version of the services in order to determine only the vulnerabilities applicable to this specific service version. So every vulnerability detection, like I said, is non-intrusive, okay? This is not a non-intrusive one. It goes there, does the fingerprinting and report back to you, all right? So this is just very high level how Qualys work, all right? So this is by no means Qualys training. It's important that I say that. It's just to give you an idea of how it works, all right? And like I said, for my student, there will be opportunity for you to do, thorough training on Qualys and also, Tenable as well. All right. So I said something earlier on about Qualys, being, they have a good market share in the vulnerability management space, and it's because they have, what they have cleverly, put their solution together. All right. Maybe that's the reason why they have them, market share. So if you buy a typical Qualys service, what you're actually buying, is the vulnerability, the scanner. You're buying the scanner, but you would agree with me that if you're in a different environment, if you have web applications and you have so many things that's going on at the same time in your environment, you would need more than just scanning it. You would need a management solution. So like I said, that you could have a scanner, that you could also have a management, a vulnerability management solution. So the Qualys cloud platform consists of a suite of IT security and compliance solution that leverage on shared and extensive core services and a high scalable multi-talent cloud infrastructure. So like I said, it is based in the cloud, all right? It is based in the cloud. And they have different modules. You can see here they have, so when you buy it, you get the, when you subscribe to Qualys, you get what we call the vulnerability management. So all of this, you see this one, continuous monitoring, threat, protect, compliance, policy compliance, PCI DSS, security assessment questionnaire, web application scanner, web application firewall, malware detection, and asset view. All right. So by default, when you subscribe to the service, you get something like this. All right. All right. But you see all of this, you have to subscribe to it. So not all of them, but it depends on what you're looking for, to be honest, for your organization. So continuous monitoring, as the name suggests, is continuous monitoring. So I've used this model before, what it does is, so if you have some critical asset in your organization, this, for example, if they are external facing or internet, or they are on the internet and they are critical, all right, this continuous scanning is monitoring is very good. You could liken it to a SIEM, but it's not a SIEM. All right. I think it uses the concept of FIM, which is the file integrity management. I can't remember exactly now. Okay, so you can imagine if you have something that is external facing, and you want to keep an eye on it. This would be a very good module to have. So if anything changes, all right, in configuration for that particular asset, what Qualys would do with this module is you get an automatic alert and you can proactively take an action on the back of that. So it's quite good, all right. They have the threat protect as well. So remember, we're talking about, we haven't talked about it because we're going to talk about it later. We're going to be talking about prioritizing your asset, how you can prioritize your vulnerability. This threat protect is quite instrumental as well. Policy compliance. So if you, some of you will end up working with the IT team, where you'll be given the task to maybe come up with security hardening security hardening procedure or process for your machine or for your laptop or desktop, and you would end up going to what's this standard now? I just went over my head. Went over my head. Can somebody help me? Okay, yeah. So if you want to harden your operating system, say you want to harden your Linux or your Windows or your your Windows system, there is a body. I remember them. Is it CSA? There is a body. I can't remember the name. That they would give you. You can go there and look at recommendations on how to harden your laptop or your desktop or your host. Okay, if you do that, all right, there's a module in Qualys where you can run what we call the policy compliance check against that piece of host. Okay, to again determine whether the hardening that you have done on that system actually meets the set requirement that is, the requirement that is set out. Okay, I'll remember it. Okay, just hold that thought. Then we have the PCI DSS as well. So if you run an e-commerce website or you run, an environment where the volume of credit and debit card details that you're processing, and you have to bring it into compliance with PCI, this module could also work well for you as well. We have security assessment questionnaire. On our GDPR, somebody must have touched on this. Again, if you're looking to bring an organization into compliance to anything and you want to test, do or due diligence on them, this module can be quite good. We've got a lot of good template here that can help you to carry out an assurance exercise against your vendor. Web application, as the name suggests, web, so if you have your web there, you can use this module. Then web application, firewall, and also malware detection. So they have different modules. I'm sure this is even this illustration that you see here, or the diagram here, is a bit old. Perhaps they would have more modules, and this is one of the things that actually make Qualys stand out from the crowd, because when you think about this, you might just as a customer, you might just find something that that is useful for you, and hence you might end up buying the service. All right. So these are all some of the core services that they provide: scanning, tagging, and management. I'm going to talk about tagging later. Reporting and beautiful dashboard, remediation and workflow, asset discovery, alert and notifications, custom report. Qualys is good at that as well. You can create different report, and it can come in different format. It could come, in your standard CSV, your Excel, in your XML, just name it. And you could customize your report. You could run a scan, to generate a report for you, a technical report and a more business or management type report as well. I'm not saying they are perfect, but at least you have a template that you can work with. You could do what we call asset reconciliation. I'm going to talk about that later. You could do the asset purging. See, all of this is kind of peculiar to Qualys. Not all tools would have, all of these great features. Cloud agent packaging and deployment as well. These are all possible within Qualys. I wish that I can spend more time to explain all of this, but I don't have such time today. But when you do your Qualys training, some of these things would be taught. All right, so let's move on quickly. I would take the vulnerability assessment report, then we will take a short break. I will look at the chat box if there's any question there, then we would go on from there. Okay. Right, so we're going to be talking about vulnerability assessment report. So typically, reporting, is very, very important. And like I said, scanning can be easy. You could spend quality time learning the scanning, how to use the tool. But reporting is more important in vulnerability management. I can't overemphasize that. If you don't get your reporting right, then you're going to have a lot of problem. All right. So you need to pay a lot of attention here, please. So reporting, a report contains the discovered vulnerabilities. The deliverable is especially useful for summarizing findings to the management and also to technical individuals as well. So your IT team, you would have to provide a report for them. Then you also have to have a summarized report that you send to your management as well. You would be detailing out in that report your findings and mitigations or recommendations, and also tracking progress during the remediation process. Using an Excel sheet that include the following. All right. So so when you generate your report, or when you run your scan and you generate your report, like I said, it could come. You could, get the report in different format, but by default, especially if you want to analyze your report, you would go or you would choose, the Excel or the CSV format, okay, for your report. And the typical report you would have, the scanned host list, the port scan details, vulnerability name and descriptions, and you also have solutions and remediation information as well. So this is what a typical report would have, okay? But if I take you to this one, so like I said, it's just beyond you running the scan and generating report, but what do you do with the report? How do you analyze it? Okay, the bulk of your work is around this, analyzing the report. And I put together this little, workflow that might just help. Okay, so I can imagine you start from here. You run vulnerability scan. You generate result. Like I said, if you take Qualys for example, you'd have gone into Qualys Cloud, and because your report, your result, we're going to be waiting for you there. So you generate the result. You download the report, all right, in a CSV format, and you do what we call data extraction, okay? You do what we call data extraction so you remember on the first day or second day, I was saying that anybody that's if you're skilled with Excel, you know how to create pivot table, you will do well, all right, in vulnerability management, because like most of what you're going to be doing after that you've run your report or you're communicating or you're about to communicate with your stakeholder is the ability to analyze that report. And in the analysis, you could use Excel by creating a pivot table. Excel has its own limitation. It's important that I say that. I'm still going to be coming back to that shortly. It has the limitation because if you're dealing with on a data set that is massive, then Excel will struggle. All right. So I'm telling you from experience, if you're dealing with certain anything beyond 5,000 record, then Excel would have a problem. All right, it would break. Okay, then you need something else to be able to analyze your report. So pivot table is good, when the volume of the data is not on left. All right, but what do you do after you extract the data, you put it in the pivot table for analysis? Then what follows or what comes on the back of that is your vulnerability report. Okay, but you prepare your report and also you distribute it to your stakeholder. A typical stakeholder here, like could say, it could be your manager, it could be the CISO, or whoever's that is interested. But mainly, like I said, those that will be interested, apart from those that are senior up in the management, would be the IT team and also the network team as well. Then once that is done, you can archive your report, and that would be the end. All right, but let me just explain this further. Remember, I was talking about Excel. All right, you take your report, CSV, you convert it to Excel, you create a pivot table. All right, so analyzing the data, collected, doing assessment to, the whole idea about this place, you're analyzing it, to identify relevant issues. Okay, what you also want to do is you want to prioritize your risk and observation, and kind of formulate remediation plan. Okay, and you're doing that here when you're putting it in the pivot table. You're looking, at, remember we're going to be going back, to the CVSS scoring, the severity of the risk. So you're looking at, maybe CVSS scoring of 10, 8 or less. You're putting them into a different category. So you're looking at your high, medium, and your low risk. Okay, so that's the whole idea about the pivot table. And you're also looking at what is common among these vulnerabilities. Maybe you want to categorize your vulnerability data to, Windows machine, a Linux machine, and different flavors as well. So there's so many things that you could do with the pivot table, and that's the beauty of that analysis that you're going to carry out there. So what this would also help you to do when you're doing the analysis, it would help you to prioritize your finding and also the recommendations as well. Okay, and that's what you're going to be doing all here, from here to the point that you submit that report. Give me a sec. All right, so I was there's something I didn't say earlier, and I think I've covered it. So I was just saying that all vulnerability scanner would allow you to export your result in CSV format. All right, it would allow you to do it and also in XML as well. And I was saying that Excel is a very powerful tool to sort, analyze, and also to monitor the result. You can import the result into from multiple scanner, and this is very, very good as well. So if you're very good with Excel, I'm not a guru in it, but some people are quite clued on in that area. It allows you to export data from even different scanner and put them into one place. Okay, so there you could track and the statistics and build up a trend as well. That's the whole idea about the pivot table. You could put the information about the remediation activity and also a follow-up. The pivot table, like I said earlier on, would help you to generate the report across multiple security scans and build up a graph. Yeah, so with the pivot table, you could do fanciful graphs. You could have pie chart and bar chart and all of that, with nice labeling. I will show you something maybe much more later. All right, some of the things I've done in the past as well. All right, so but Excel, what that is very, very nice and it's sweet to the hair. Excel has, like I said, it has a lot of drawback. It has limitation, and managing and consolidating results for more than 100 systems could be a nightmare. all right? While it's possible for you to consolidate all of this information, but when the data set is large, then it's a problem. So I said here that the average scan could contain about 50 to 100 findings per system. So for 100 web, maybe for 100 system or websites, the report can go up to maybe 50,000 row. So if you perform a scan more than that, for a bit, then Excel will break. So that is the limitation. So where am I actually going with this? Okay. So I've worked in some organization where we knew the limitations of Excel. It's difficult for me to report to the management because the limitations are just there. So we now make recommendation that can we use other tools to perform our analysis. And what came out of our discussion was, oh yeah, we can use Power BI. All right, so Power BI is an advanced Excel. Okay, so whilst it is not your responsibility to know Power BI, but you can take if you work in an organization where they do a whole lot of data science, for example, and you have people that are skilled in that area, then you could ingest your data from Qualys or from the scanner, no matter how massive it is, and put it into Power BI, and Power BI will do the wonder for you. I think Tableau could also do the same as well. But because Excel is Microsoft, Power BI would be, the preferred solution. So with that, no matter how big the record is, then you can take those information and get it into Power BI, and you could use Power BI to do, your analysis. Okay, I mean, in case some of you, you go to an interview and they start to kind of, ask you all of those very complex questions. They're not looking for you to fix the problem. They just want to gain your knowledge in terms of what you would do differently. And they might be talking from the limitations that they have, that they've experienced in that organization, from, analyzing data. And where I have worked, these are some of the things I've also experienced as well. And those are my recommendations that, if we can use Excel, then can we use more powerful data analytic too? And the recommendation was Power BI. I'm not going to go and learn Power BI, to be honest, but I can recommend, and if the business wants it, then we could go get it and get somebody to help us out, okay? So to talk about this workflow that I just described to you, so this data extraction, in that phase of the process, vulnerability data is extracted from the scanner, platform and exported into a pivot table for analysis. Preparation, data extracted is manipulated into appropriate format before being distributed with the management and those responsible for remediating it. All right, so these are some of the things that you will do as well. And you see, this is very important because they might just ask you a question. It might just be this thing that you describe to them, and you will get the job. So it's important that I say that. And archive. Why is archiving important? It depends on the organization where you're or the sector that you're working for. So if you work in heavily regulated, sector, like the banks and all of that, audit is very important. Okay, and they constantly will get external auditor to come and audit you. Sometimes, by reason of your contractual obligation, sometimes your customer can come into your environment and audit you. So this is why you have to archive your report. Once report has been distributed, the vulnerability team are expected to archive this for reference and also for audit purposes as well. All right. We'll take one more, and then we would have that break. Okay. So we've been talking about report. There are two types of report that you would be required to generate. Two types. So from experience, as a vulnerability analyst, one of the report is the technical report, and the other one is non-technical, or what we call business report or management report. Okay. So from my experience, what does this actually mean? You remember we're talking about you generate your report from Qualys, and you take it through this process where you slice and dice it using pivot table order, method. So when you do that, and it's still in its rawest form, all right, that is an example of a technical report. Okay, that's an example of a technical report. Give me a sec, please. So what you're doing with the technical reports, so let me take you back. So let's go back here. All right, so when you do all of this, you generate the report, you download it, and you're doing all of these data extractions, and you're analyzing it. And there's some report that would always remain in your Excel file. Okay, they won't change. I'm only talking about from experience now. Okay, what I've done, because in reality, are you going to be writing a report every day or every fortnight? It might not be practicable. Okay. And again, it goes by what is in your vulnerability management policy. It might not be practicable that you write report like every other week. Okay. Even if you're writing a report every other week, is very high level. You only just be reporting on maybe the number of vulnerabilities, the severity rating, and the action that is taken, to remediate those vulnerabilities. And when you write that technical report, you would always attach your Excel, all right, where it is possible. Don't forget, it's not going to be high level. But for the technical team, what is important for them is to be able to see the vulnerability, they see the criticality of that vulnerability, and the remediation, all right, the recommended remediation for that vulnerability. That is very important in a technical report, okay? And that's why I said that there is no one way of doing this. It just depends on the organization. But from experience, that's what a technical report would contain. The vulnerability, the risk rating of that vulnerability, whether it is critical, whether it's medium or low, instances of those vulnerability, the affected systems, okay, or the affected asset. So that affected asset could be their name, their IP addresses, and then also the remediation. So that's what a typical vulnerability or technical vulnerability report will contain. And your audience for that one is the IT team. So those are going to be fixing that vulnerability. But it is different from a non-technical one. All right, the non-technical one is the one that you send to the management. Again, it depends on your organization, the frequency at which you do this. From experience, the frequency at which I write a technical report is like, every fortnight. But for business report, I do that once in a month. All right, to the business. And what does that usually look like? For business report, these are the key components. You would have what we call the executive summary. You would have the assessment overview. You would have result and also mitigation and recommendations as well. But you see, for business people, they might not have all the time, to be looking at, the actual vulnerability, and looking at the recommendation. They don't have such time. They will be interested in numbers. And that's why the use of pivot table or pie chart will really help for your business report. All right, because that's what they are interested in. They're interested in, the overall, the impact of that, your findings, to the entire organization. So they will be interested in the risk posture of the organization. So in this type of report, it doesn't have to be detailed and where you're, calling out or spelling out all the vulnerabilities. They're not interested in that. All right, so you must, it must be in this order. Let me just show you something here. So the executive summary would provide high-level overview of the scan find. It will provide glance on how well and how poorly the systems are in the application. So that's why I was talking about, the security posture of that organization. You will talk about the risk, okay, to where you were and where you are at the moment. You will talk about the numbers of vulnerabilities in your executive report. It's important that you do that. All right. So if you have 5,000 last month and that has reduced, all right, to 2,000, that's good news. They would like to know, what has happened, what has changed from last month to this month. So you will call all of that out in your executive summary. I'm going to show you something shortly. You call that out in all of your executive summary. You would clearly illustrate, like I said, the numbers and the severity of discovery issues you will talk about the number of assets in that environment. Okay, so it's important. So because if you're reporting on vulnerability, then vulnerability status, then it's important for them to know if you're actually covering the entire asset in that organization, or if it's just a handful few. Okay, so that is important, to report in your executive summary. Then you will go on to talk about your methodology. Not really going into details, please, because if they already know about your methodology, then it is fine. Don't like over labor it. If this report are going to go into external, maybe your partners or your business, the business partners to the organization, or to regulators, then some of these things, they are good. You can detail them, but even if you don't detail them, then you could make sure that alongside the report that you're sending, you're also making sure that you share your vulnerability policy. In some cases, you can share your vulnerability policy or process or procedure with your regulator. So PCI DSS, for example, you can share that with them. But in some cases, for the information that you're sending to your the business people, CISO, and all of that, whether or not that you want to, like every other month, you want to tell them about your methodology, I don't know, it's up to you to decide. But because these people are very, very busy people, they don't have the time. Once they know, except if anything has changed about your methodology, then you want to call it out in your report. But like I said, what is important to them is, the risk, the number of assets that, the scope, what you're covering, the number of severity, the number of critical assets, the vulnerabilities, the scoring, what you're doing, how the vulnerability has, what you identified last month, how that has changed, whether it's increased or reduced, and the justification. That's what they're interested in. Because usually you're getting like an hour or less than, you're getting like half an hour, walk them through your vulnerability. Okay, report. Then lastly, you would have results and also recommendations as well. All of this will go into your report. I think I have something here that I would like to show you. All right. This is a very, very good sample report. Okay. We would, don't worry about it, because we will share this, okay, with you. So don't worry too much about it. So this is a sample report. You can see here executive summary, scan result, findings, risk assessment, critical severity, vulnerability. So you called out a few ones that are critical, not the ones that are non-critical. This is from PurpleSec. Then he went on to talk about the counts, the solution, high severity vulnerability, medium, and also the recommendations as well. So you can imagine if you have like 5,000 vulnerabilities, all of them are not going to end up here. Okay, that's practically impossible. You just want to ensure that a few, is what you include in your report. Then if somebody's asking for the question, then you can share with them, the spreadsheet that contains everything. So this is just an example of a report. So what we'll do is we'll take this one and we would share it with you. So don't worry about it. We'll put it and share it with you. Okay. Can you still see my screen? All right. We will stop in a few minutes. I just want to make sure that you can see my screen. Oh, can't see. Oh, someone says they can't see my report. Okay. Did you see my report? No. Oh, okay. You didn't see the report. Okay. Oh, no. All right. So let's do something. Just bear with me.
I didn't realize that you didn't see my report. Okay, so let's do something. Let's do something. Okay, let's do something. All right, can you see my report now? Winnie, I know Winnie is following me hard. Okay, all right, thank you for watching it. All right, so yeah, so this is what I was talking about. That what I would do is I will share the report. We'll put it in the folder. So everything I was talking about executive summary, scan report, findings, and some of you will work as a consultant. You know what I mean? And if you're working as a consultant and you have multiple clients, so you should learn how to write report. So these are just some of them. So I was saying that. So look, I see here from critical severity to high to medium to low. All right, then the recommendations. But I was saying that imagine if you have loads of them, you will not be able to put everything in here. Okay, so your spreadsheet is still very important. You have to keep the spreadsheet. So if there are follow questions and somebody wanted to learn more, then you can always share the spreadsheet with them. Okay, so let me go back now and go back to what I am sharing. Okay. So what can you see now, Winnie and others? Can you see results and mitigation? Guys, please let me know. Okay. All right, fantastic. So what we'll do now is let's just finish this reporting thing. Then we'll take a break, then we'll come back. Okay. All right. So what do you look for in a vulnerability report? So these are also very good questions that it asks as well. So what do you look for? If you get a report and in an interview they say, "Oh, what do you look for in a report?" and all of that, you're analyzing a report. So you can imagine that you're working for your organization. You are the liaison personnel or officer for your organization, and another organization is doing a scanning for your organization. All right, so you're not doing the scanning yourself, but it's been contracted out to a different organization, and they said, "Oh, Winnie, what would you look for?" All right, so I've highlighted a few things here. Scope, scanning errors, plugin and signature version, date and time as well. I mean, you can look for so many other things, but at least, these are just examples. So make sure that all the necessary URL, the IP addresses that you have shared with the scanning organization or the scanning vendor, and make sure that they are covered in the report. A few things can go wrong. For example, when performing a web application scan, for example, all right, the crawler doesn't always discover all the content on the website, admin pages, subdirectories, subsite might not be discovered because there is no direct link from the main site. All right, so if web scanning is what they are covering or they are doing for you, then these are just main issues. So if you think about web would have multiple pages. A typical website would have multiple pages, and some of those pages might be hidden. All right, so if you have contracted out scanning to an organization to do a web scanning for you, then it's important that you ensure that every aspect of the web is scanned. Just like we said here, there might not be a direct link to the main website. Okay, so it goes back to the scoping there. So for network assessment, double check the IP addresses. Sometimes firewall block whole subnets so that scanner cannot communicate with the target computer. So just like the example that I gave you earlier on about the false positives. So you want to check that every IP address that you have given them that is within the scope is represented in your report. Scanner errors. So when analyzing the report, you will see that ports were open during the initial scan, but after a few minutes they were being closed. You also want to check that as well. And in as much that
there would always be problem or could be problem on the network. Some of the major problem could be latency. Latency is the scanner is trying to reach the target host, and there's a delay on the network. The scanner is not able to do that, and the scanning aborted. So you would experience a whole lot of that. So where that is the case, so again, you can look at the report, and if the scope is 5,000 hosts, and the end result is showing 3,000 hosts as being alive, then you'll be asking the question as, okay, where are the 2,000? Are they dead? Are they not alive as at when the scanning is done? So you would, thoroughly check your report and, try and find out, just ensure that every asset that is supposed to be scanned, the report is detailed out in your, the result is detailed out in the report that is being shared with you. And where you'll find any abnormality, then you can now start to ask questions. So like I said, some asset might be dead, okay? And if they are dead, they are dead. It means that they are not reachable. And if they are not dead, yet the scanner is reporting that they are dead, then that's another conversation entirely. Then you have to now take that to the networking and start to find out what the problem is. Like I said, it could be that the firewall is in between the scanner and the asset, and the scanning cannot be done. All right, plugin signatures. It's always recommended to use the latest plugin during the scan. So you want to ensure that your scanner, so scanner, as you know, scanner is signature based. All right, so they use signature to carry out their scanning. So you want to ensure that whatever scanner tool that is being used, it has the latest plugin. All right, so even if you are managing your scan, for example, now Qualys, once you have your Qualys set up and you have it all deployed. So if you I'm talking about, if you have an internal scanner, which is a physical Qualys scanner in your environment. If you go to the dashboard, as part of your responsibility, you should always ensure that your scanner, all right, is connected. And when I say connected, it means that it's getting feed, all right, from the cloud. Even the physical scanner, Qualys, I'm talking about Qualys now, physical scanner, must also have a direct, contact through the firewall into the cloud. And how do you do that? So when you log on to your, to the dashboard on Qualys, you will go to your the status of your scanner to check if it's all green, if it's not broken. So if it's all live and everything is fine, it will show green, and it will tell you the latest, signature, or when the last update was got, from the cloud. Okay, so you want to ensure that that it has the right signature, and the plugin is there as well. So I can say that for Qualys because I've used it quite a lot. So if the plugins are more than 1 or 2 weeks old, critical vulnerabilities might be missed, and that's correct, because if they are not up to date with their signature, then they will not be able to scan the same against the infrastructure. So new vulnerabilities are discovered every day, and vendors, all right, like Qualys, they will do a great job to update their signature with a reasonable time frame. So they do that quite often. It is not your job to update it. They would update it automatically. So that's why your scanner, physical scanner, must have a direct connection to the cloud, all right? Because that's where they pull the signature. They pull a new signature like every other minute, all right, as new vulnerabilities are released into the wild daily. All right, then date and time. So if analyzing the report performed, by yourself or to a third-party company, or even by developer, network admin, the date of the report is critical as well. So you have to look at the date. I mean, you can't be reviewing a report that was done, 2 weeks ago, because new vulnerabilities are there. All right, so I would take time to check for all of these things when I'm reviewing a report. All right. Okay, so how do you follow up now? Findings. So let's say you are the one generating the report, or someone is doing, sorry, you are the one generating the vulnerability scan, or it's been done on your behalf. All right. So how do you, what are the follow-up steps? These are typical interview questions. And like I said, when putting together my our slides. So I'm not teaching you from theoretical viewpoint. I'm preparing you for a job. I'm preparing you for an interview. So these are things that they would ask you. All right. How do you follow up on vulnerability findings? Okay. So now that you have a report produced by the scanner and you have eliminated all the false positives and negatives, so what are the next steps? So that's the question you ask. Number one is categorizing the findings. Yeah, so depending on your company and the risk appetite and the risk management metrics, I'm not going to get into all of those complexity. You would need to assign the appropriate risk level to the issues. By default, the police scanner or platform will tell you. We said it does the scoring. CVSS, it will tell you, but again, it depends on how you want to prioritize your remediation now. But by default, I'm still going to get into the complexity of this prioritization later, but just common sense, you know what I mean? When you see something that is 10 and over something that is 0, you go after the 10, isn't it? You want to ask the question, so how can we fix these issues? All right, so by default, you go for the severity rating that is high. So that's what we meant by categorizing your findings. And the categorizing as well could be you categorize it based on criticality of the asset as well. So you look at your report and you're asking the question. So if by reason of a good asset inventory that your organization has, and critical asset, and those critical assets, it's in your report, then again, that's one way that you can prioritize and also categorize your findings as well. You could also categorize findings into different types of infrastructure. So you could say this is Windows 2012, Windows 2016, Windows 2019. You could categorize it into different Linux and different flavors. That's one way to categorize it as well. And then once that is done, you send the technical findings to the IT team. Remember, I keep saying this, I'm banging it, that you will send the technical findings to the IT team. So assuming that Winnie, you're doing this, you're categorizing it, you take your report out, you slice and dice it, use your nice pivot table, you put it into different categories, then off you go. You send it to the IT team. So you will work closely with the network, the IT team, even the web developer or system administrator to resolve the issues. You will share the recommendations provided by the vulnerability scanner. You would make sure you understand them first, and you will prepare to clarify them or answer any additional questions. So there will usually be a follow-up, meetings. So after you've done the initial analysis and all of that. So where I've done this before, every time I put my report together and I send it to any of this, stakeholder I've just mentioned, I would have a follow-up meeting with them. So I would send it to them, give them 2 days, and I'll have a follow-up meeting to clarify any questions that they have. In that meeting, they will be asking me questions. Oh, I thought we'll fix this issue. Why is it reoccurring again? So we can literally just log on or physically log on into the server and find out what it is. So, a follow-up, and this is part of your vulnerability management. I'm already talking about vulnerability management now. So you would have a follow-up conversation. With them. Then lastly, retest the issue after they are fixed. Okay, so the technical team will take that away. Once the issue is fixed, then you will do a rescan. And when I say rescan, sometimes if you're doing an on-demand scan, that's fine. But if your scanning is automated, in the case of you don't have to do anything, it's already set, and the scanner goes there and rescan, then you just wait for the next batch of results that you will get, to verify whether the issues has been resolved. All right. Do you want us to just quickly talk about asset reconciliation? Then we do something different. Okay. Can I get a yes or no? Do you want us to quickly talk about asset reconciliation, guys? Chris said yes. Okay, all right. Yes, Babatunde. Okay, let's talk about. You remember I said something about Qualys. Yeah, we'll take a break after this one. So remember I said something about Qualys, and I said that Qualys is great. He's got this massive platform, and among what Qualys can do, Qualys has got this module that is called Asset View. Remember, let me take you back. I'll take you back. This thing is not going like I'll take you back here. So you remember I said asset V. All right. So and I will say something that it would shock you that most organizations, they don't have a very robust asset inventory. And some of the reason why you would buy Qualys is because Qualys, they can use Qualys as a scanner, then Qualys can also be used, right, as an asset management. All right, not really like an asset management, but at least it can help to give a view of the asset in their organization. So Qualys has this ability to, with Qualys, you could do what we call mapping, which is like an initial scan. You're not actually scanning an asset, but you could discover an asset using Qualys. So for some of you that are network engineer here, you know what we call classes of IP addresses. And you also know, maybe you understand subnetting as well. So you could have a subnet of 24, 32, and la. All right. So with Qualys, you can take an IP address of a particular subnet. Maybe you take, for example, 192.8.5.0/24. So let's say that is the IP address of your local area network or your corporate network, but you are not entirely sure how many IP addresses that has been allocated, to asset in your organization. You don't know, or maybe you just have an idea, but you're not entirely sure. With Qualys, you could do asset discovery with it. You could take that IP address, you could put it into Qualys, and Qualys can do a discovery of hosts that are alive. So one good thing that Qualys can also help you to do is what we call asset reconciliation. So where your organization is really struggling, all right, with asset inventory, they do not know, what is alive or what is dead, or the number of IP addresses that has been allocated, within a particular subnet. As long as those IP or asset are online, I use the word online, not the dead ones. I use the word online, and it is reachable by Qualys. And when I say reachable, sometimes between your asset and Qualys, is the firewall. So if you open up the firewall, Qualys, you could do asset discovery with Qualys by taking that range of IP address, putting into Qualys and telling Qualys, go and discover for me. Then Qualys will use what we call the ping sweep. It goes out into the network, it would go there and try to locate all of those IP addresses that are live or host, in other words. All right. And if you gather those information, you could reconcile, the information that you have, and perhaps maybe, other information that you might have somewhere that is not comprehensive. All right. So the vulnerability management service that Qualys provide, I believe every other scanner as well, aim to identify and manage security weakness, like we know, on an organization asset. To do this effectively, it is important to manage the assets that are assessed by the VM2. You see, you remember I said when you're reporting, one thing that is very important, to senior stakeholder is how many assets do we have in our estate? All right. So because you cannot be reporting, on few number of assets, then that does not give, the overall picture or security posture of that organization. So it is important for you, to have a very good view of the number of assets. It is not your problem to fix, okay? But if you ever find yourself in a situation where you've been asked that question and they use Qualys, you can come up with asset reconciliation using, the discovery capability of Qualys. But let me tell you, like I said, for that discovery to be able to happen, firewall must be open within your environment so that Qualys can do the penetration and discover assets that are alive. All right. So a few bullet points there. The objective of the process within this asset reconciliation is ensure all assets, are linked to appropriate owner. All right, that is a different ball game. This is a major problem in most organizations. There is no asset owner. All right, and that's I'm still going to teach you about the challenges of effective asset vulnerability management, because you see, your vulnerability management program is as good as the concept, is as good as knowing people that knowing the people in your organization that owns an asset. Unfortunately, that is not the case for most organizations. All right, there's a problem of asset ownership. All right, and when you go in there and you secure a job, these are some of the issues that you'll be confronted with or you'll be faced with. Okay. Number two, ensure that the scanning asset database is up to date. All right, some of you, you may end up, scanning on-prem asset. You would also end up scanning a lot of assets in the cloud. All right, that is also very, very challenging. Okay, so you can imagine if you have problem with asset inventory on-prem, what about what you have on the cloud? So I've been in a situation where I've managing over 10,000 assets, and some of my assets were in the GCP environment, Google Cloud. I have assets in in Azure, and also have other assets in Amazon as well. And the rate at which the developers or all of these cloud engineers spin up servers, you can't keep track with it. All right, but there's something in Qualys that I just wish I can show you a lot of stuff. So Qualys use this concept of asset tagging. All right, that can also help to manage your asset in a dynamic way. All right, so you can imagine in the cloud where you spin up a server now and the next day it is pulled down. Technically, if you want to use a manual approach, you can't keep track with that. Okay, because you're not privy to this information on what is done and what is not done. But if your assets are correctly tagged, all right, then you can create create a rule in Qualys that would help you to automatically purge asset. This is not Qualys training, but let's see what we can do with that. That would automatically help you to purge your asset, especially if those assets were unreachable after a period of time. All right, so Qualys has that ability as well. It's called asset purging. Okay, and that works well, especially when you're dealing with asset in the cloud. You can automatically purge it if they're unreachable over a period of time. You can set that up. But I'm just telling you the complexity, because this is what you would face, or these are the sort of questions that they would ask you when you go into interview. All right, but the good thing, like I said, is Qualys, like any other tool. I'm not sure about Tenable, but Qualys can also be used. Can be used to reconcile assets in an organization. Then we have the VM asset database is reconciled with external asset inventories to ensure assets are not missed in terms of scanning and also remediation as well. All right. This is an overview that I've just put together. Maybe this flow chart would help. You can see start mapping, data extraction, reconciliation, generating inventory coverage report, and also scanning management as well. So this would, everything I've just said, kind of cover it here. And these are description to what I've said. I was talking about tagging. That would help you. All right. Given everything I've just talked about is here, that is for the description. Another description there, mapping, data extraction, reconciliation, and lastly, we're going to stop here for now, and we're going to come back. All right. How many minutes break do you want, guys? I think we should take about 10. Talk back to me, please, if you're still there. We should take 10. I know it's past time. I have to cover everything today, unfortunately. I can't do this on Monday. Yeah, we did say that we could go up to 3 hours. 10 minutes. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. We would come back at exactly 14:25. 14:25. Okay. 14:25. We'll come back at exactly 14:25. Okay. So thank you. And if you're watching me online as well, yeah, 14:25. We will be back. All right. So what we do is, I don't know if I should pause the recording. I just don't want to mess this up. All right, I will pause the recording now. And please, Alfred, you are the class captain. Remind me to resume the recording in 10 minutes. Okay. So thank you. And we'll be back at exactly 14:25. All right. Okay. All right. So we'll be back. Thank you. All right, guys. I'm back. Are you all back? Is everyone here? Can we continue? Alfred, thank you. Okay, Julie, oh, thank you. I gave that Alfred that responsibility. Alfred, you failed. Thank you, Julie. That's spot on. I think we should start now. Reason. Okay, so welcome, welcome back, guys. Yeah, I'm just going to apologize in advance that I still have a few slides that I would like to cover with you. I don't like rushing my training because there's no point. So I apologize. Just bear with me. I know I've taken your Saturday, but I'm sure this is what your time, and I know that on the back of this, you would go out there and smash your job. Okay. So, so I think we're pretty much done with the reporting aspect. And what we're going to be looking at next is type of vulnerability. Okay. So the plan is not to show you all the vulnerabilities in this world. That's practically impossible. I would just like to call your attention maybe to a few, okay, the common ones. And if you can see here, they're broken it down into two types. So we have what we call the system infrastructure types vulnerability, then we have web application as well. So if I take you back to what I've said earlier, I said Qualys can do, you can use it to scan your infrastructure, then you can also use it to scan the web. The same with Tenable and Rapid7 and a few others as well. So one of the common vulnerabilities that you come across, especially in the IT estate, is unpatched software. You would also come across missing security patches and all of that. What this does is unpatched software would allow unpatched software or vulnerabilities would allow attackers to run a malicious code by leveraging on a known security bug that has not been patched. The adversary, cyber criminals, they will try to probe your environment looking for unpatched systems and then attack them directly or indirectly. So that's very, very common. Then we also have misconfiguration as well. So system misconfiguration, e.g. asset running unnecessary services, or with vulnerable settings such as unchanged default passwords, unchanged, or default settings can be exploited by attackers to breach your network. So in this case, again, the adversary, they will try to probe your network looking for systems that can be compromised due to some misconfigurations, and then attack them directly or indirectly. So these are common vulnerabilities, okay? So with the misconfiguration, we're talking about unwanted services. So what most organizations would do is they would harden their systems. They would make sure that when they are setting up or configuring their hardware, making sure that any services that is not necessary, that is not required, they block them or they turn them off. Okay, that's part of system hardening. And when you do that, you find that your infrastructure is secured and you will have less of misconfigurations. Not, what I'm saying now, you might think that every organization do it. No, not every organization do it, but as vulnerability management specialist or someone that is aiming to become one or aspiring to become one in the industry, you would find more, or you find a whole lot of vulnerability that fits into this category, and you would help your organization whilst the hardening part. Just bear with me. I think I should just bear with me, guys. Aha, yeah. So I just remember what I was going to tell you about. It's important that I say this. So if you don't mind, I'll bring up my screen in a few minutes and I will share with you. I just remember it now. So part of your work, in some places that you're going to work, you would be required to, let me share my screen and I would go back again. So you will be required to, write a policy or a procedure for security hardening, okay? And this was the standard I was looking for earlier that I can't remember. So it's called the CIS. Some of you might be familiar with this. Is anybody familiar with CIS? CIS? Anybody? Guys, anybody familiar with CIS? Okay, so, well, even though this is not a CIS training, but in terms of misconfiguration, sometimes what most organizations will do is they will start to put measures in place and they will develop a security hardening procedure to make sure that they mitigate the problems of misconfiguration. And how do you do is to, so this is new, it's not CIS, but a lot of information around the CIS, you can get it from this website, okay? A lot of them, I've used this website before as well, and they're highly recommended. So if you think about different infrastructures and operating systems, CentOS, Oracle, Debian, CZ, and all of that, you get a whole lot of information about how you can harden your systems and what you need to do, okay? So let's go back to my sharing. So let's go back to that one. Okay, so can someone confirm that you can see common types of vulnerability? Anybody? Can we quickly do that, please? Yes, okay, Godwin, thank you. All right, so these are the common ones. Then you also have those ones that are common to web application as well. The top 10 OWASP would give you all of this information. So you have the SQL injection. So if you're dealing with application security, then just go to OWASP. OWASP, is the de facto standard for that, where you can get the up-to-date information about secure web application security. And these are just few ones that you have there. You have the weak encryption, you have the SQL injection, and cross-site scripting as well. All right. But if you remember yesterday, I was talking about National Vulnerability Database. You remember that? So you can imagine if you are running a scan and you come across, or your scan pick up any vulnerability, okay? So we've already explained what the CVE is, okay? So a typical vulnerability would have the number, the year that vulnerability was publicly disclosed. And then it would also have these other numbers as well to identify, to further identify that vulnerability. So if we take, for example, this vulnerability, all right, that's the clear description of what that vulnerability is. And it gave it a scoring of 10. And it says threats could be internal and external, exploitability, yes or no, and all of that. I'm sure you still remember that we talk about the NVD. So let me just quickly, so that while we're also here as well, it would be nice for us to show you what that is, okay? Just bear with me. I think I have that open somewhere. Okay, so I will share my other screen now so that you can at least see what it is. Just bear with me. Okay, so that one. All right, so that is the vulnerability that I showed you earlier on. And you can see that this is National Vulnerability Database. And when you're doing your analysis sometimes, or most times, you have to make reference to this website. So you can see here, it said the vulnerability has been modified since it was last analyzed by the NVD. It's awaiting reanalysis, which may result in further change to the information provided. Okay, and it went on to talk about the description of that vulnerability. It talked about version 3.0x, which is Faraday. All of this, I've already talked to you about this yesterday. If you remember, attack vector, attack complexity, privilege required, and all of that. All of this, we said yesterday, they are metrics that are used to calculate the CVSS of that vulnerability. And we have all of those information here. So I just thought that I should show you what this is. And if the landing page looks like this, I would encourage you that when you get the time, just go in here and play with it. You might learn one or two things. They've got two calculators. They've got the V3 and the V2. The V3 is mostly being used by default. Then you also can get different vulnerabilities, search options, full listing. So if you click on the full listing, you can see 2021. These are all here. You will find all the vulnerabilities that has been publicly disclosed. Okay, you can see that it's run into quite a number of them. So this is a very huge database of information. So if I click on that one, all right, again, that's another vulnerability, and you can just come here and come and learn. But as a vulnerability management specialist or analyst, you must know what this is. All right, you have to, learn it, and I would just leave that to you to learn on your own. And the website is there. Okay, so I'd go back to my slide now. Just bear with me. That's my. Just bear with me, guys. I go back to my. No, go back to my slide now. All right, what can you guys see, Atene? Can you see slide 78? Yeah, Julie, thank you. Chris, thank you. Okay, so let's move on quickly. Okay, let's move on quickly. So how do we now prioritize vulnerability? All right, so this is, please, I want you to pay a rapt attention here. This question is an interview question. Pay a lot of rapt attention here. How to prioritize vulnerability? We talked about it yesterday. We touched on a few things, and I said by default, when you do your scan, you would get the the CVSS scoring. Okay, but most vendors, or they're out in the wild now. This is one of the most commonly asked questions, and there are so many thoughts on what you should do. There are many thoughts out there on what you should be doing or what you can do to prioritize your vulnerability remediation. So prioritization is a critical prerequisite activity for remediation. Organizations have to access the risk each and every findings represent. And you would agree with me, that's difficult. I mean, the amount of vulnerabilities that is out there, and it's unending. Okay, for you to look at every vulnerability data and prioritize them, it would take a whole lot of effort. So you have to think about that and decide what should be addressed first. In order to do this, there are multiple methods that organizations use today. And these are just the list that I have, okay? Let's go back. So number one, common vulnerability scoring systems, which is the CVSS, vulnerability age, exploitability, asset and data criticality, data sensitivity, risk, which is equal to likelihood and impact, then also, which is equal to likelihood and impact, then the impact of that vulnerability to the asset and to the entire business. So the question is, which one would you prefer above the other? So I will talk from my own experience. And like I said, there's so many thoughts out there, but from experience and what I've done is I tend to use all of this, all right? By default, the CVSS scoring, I've looked at vulnerability age. So we talked about that yesterday, that you can imagine if you run your scan report and you have vulnerability running, going back as far as 2013 and 2016, that would get your attention, and you want to make sure that you fix that as soon as possible, especially if there's a proof of concept out in the wild that vulnerability can actually be exploited or it's been exploited before. So you want to prioritize that vulnerability over others, and irrespective of how critical it is. Then again, the exploitability, the complexity, the attack vector, whether the exploitability is easy or whether it's difficult. Again, you put that into consideration. Then the asset itself, is the asset critical or non-critical? Does it has a very, does it have sensitive, does it have special categories of data on the asset or sensitive data? You put that into consideration. Then also the risk and the likelihood, for that attack to happen. Again, you put all of that into consideration, then the impact. Then this would, help you to determine what to do and what not to do and how to prioritize, okay? But one basic method to prioritize vulnerability is to use the severity rating, okay? And that is basic, and that's why you have it right on top here, is to use your severity rating provided with the vulnerability definition. So this will come by default, from your vulnerability scan and the report, all right? So that's one default way of calculating. This approach is recommended. Sometimes it is mandated at the very minimum by some industry standard like PCI DSS. So PCI DSS will say, if your vulnerability of, if your severity rating is 10, then you should prioritize it. Even NIST, all right, we recommend that. But this approach might seem efficient, at first, especially when your IT estate is not, large, if it's minimal. Just bear with me, please. I don't know what this is. Just bear with me. Okay. Oops. Sorry. So this approach might seems, efficient at first, especially if you're dealing with maybe very not a large volume of vulnerability data set here. Okay, it might seem efficient. So like I said, the CVSS scoring is aimed to measure the severity of the IT vulnerability based on vulnerability intrinsic property, okay? It composes of series of computations of fixed and ordinal values in forms of quantitative scores, all right? So low, medium, and high, and it's also subject to human interpretations as well. But by design, it does not allow for a kind of granular analysis of the vulnerabilities. One of the main disadvantage or the drawback with the CVSS scoring as a primary value for risk-based prioritization, that's one of the primary drawback to it. And in addition to this total absence of context, it lacks granularity and also diversity as well. So it does not put a lot into consideration the CVSS scoring, because it does lack context. But I said by default, this is what you would do, all right? And some regulation, PCI DSS and NIST, recommend that, any scoring that is high, go after it and remediate it, but it lacks a lot of context, all right? So then we also have, and don't forget, I talked about that, the CVSS scoring is, we talked about it yesterday in terms of the matrix on which the CVSS scoring is based. So we talked about the base matrix, we talked about the temporal, we also talked about the environmental as well. So the base CVSS scoring can be supplementary with more context-aware element. So we talked about that yesterday, and I don't want to go into it again. And through its environmental and also temporal scoring provision as well. So in a way, the base scoring and matrix and the temporal, kind of help the CVSS scoring as well, because it put into consideration certain elements. So hence, the element of the attack vector, the element of the exploitability. All right, and this could well be considered in order to gain some sufficient granularity and contextual information to the density of the vulnerability itself. But unfortunately, like I said, this approach still comes with a whole lot of limitation. I was telling you yesterday that what most organizations do now, I don't want to go ahead of myself, that what most organizations do now, that they take their vulnerability and they kind of, mix it with, cybersecurity and threat intelligence. And I'm going to come back and show you what I meant in a few minutes. So using a CVSS scoring that doesn't have a lot of contextual information wrapped around it, in itself is limited. So the point I'm trying to make there is you cannot base your priority or vulnerability remediation priority just on CVSS alone. You have to put a lot of other things into consideration. And what are those things? Like I said, you have to think about the age of the vulnerability. You have to think about the exploitability, if there's a proof of concept there. You have to think about the criticality. You have to think about the data sensitivity. You also think about the risk as well. And in terms of the risk, or talking about the risk, even more, matured organization would usually put the CVSS aside as a proxy value for the risk. I might want to benefit from more elaborate risk management framework. So what that simply means, I think Babatunde was talking about yesterday, or you will think about your the risk appetite and a few other things. And you're absolutely correct for a more matured organization, where they already have a proper risk frameworks that help them to prioritize their risk remediation. And some of them may have a framework like the NIST, they would have ISO 27001, they would even have COBIT, okay? And all of that is good because it would help you with it would help you to analyze the likelihood of the vulnerability that you have identified and the impact, that you would have against your organization. And all of that is fine. But throughout the framework of risk management, all right, risk is generally, like I said, is defined as a product of likelihood that an incident would occur, all right? Here, the probability that a specific vulnerability would be used by malicious adversaries, all right, combined with the impact of that incident on that organization. So, hence I have this little thing here, But however, all right, measuring the impact portion of the risk, measuring the impact portion of the risk a vulnerability represents is quite theoretical. Okay. Again, in a large organization, it can be quite difficult. All right, to do that, because it can be quite, like I said, it can be quite theoretical, even to use the risk framework. So what do you do then? All right, if you're faced with this? So I think the point I'm trying to make here is every organization, you have to understand your organization and where you work in, and look at what works for you. Where you have a matured framework, yes, go all out for it and use it. If you do not, or what would I do? I will still use the common vulnerability scoring, okay, where I have other toolings that can help me to provide some context around my vulnerability. Definitely, I will use that. I gave an example yesterday that in some place where I've worked, we ingest all of our data from Qualys. We ingest it into a threat intel platform, and with that threat intel platform, they take the information and correlate it with the information that the threat intel organization is collecting from the deep web and the dark web, and give another scoring, a different scoring, okay, to the scoring from the scoring that I had received, from my vulnerability scanner, with this information, providing some context around my vulnerability now. So a new different scoring is now given to the scoring that I originally received from my scanning platform. So again, you might work in an organization where they have all of that, where they are collecting intel. But if that is not the case, then again, make sure that when you're prioritizing or you're recommending to your organization, go down the route of the vulnerability scoring system, check the age of the vulnerability, ask the questions whether it is exploitable, and a lot of this you will get from your national vulnerability database. If you have a very robust asset inventory and your asset is well labeled, ascertain whether those assets are critical or not, and if they also process sensitive or special categories of data. So if you have all of this information in your disposal, and you ask the right question, trust me, you'll be armed with more information that would help to determine how you prioritize your vulnerability remediation. All right, so I think the point I'm trying to make there is there is no just one way of doing this. Your environment would determine it. With all the information that I've given to you right, on this particular slide, it should be enough to help you to determine, or to determine the approach that you will take for your organization. Okay. So lastly here, we also have what I have in this slide is all called contextual prioritization. Okay, and that is the buzzword now, especially among the vendors. So all vendors will say, hey, we can help you to do this. We can put some context around your prioritization. All right, and what does that bring? It just brings together the element of the likelihood of the vulnerability, being successfully exploited, as well as its estimated impact. In as much that sounds quite fanciful, it's not easy to achieve. You can put it that way. But let me now take you to what I have done before that has really helped in some places that I work for. This is where I was talking about taking my data from Qualys and getting it into rapid response solution called Insight. All right. And then that gives a different scoring to my vulnerability severity level. And then on the basis of that, I'm able to prioritize, my remediation. Okay, so this is a very good example of what a threat intel would do with your vulnerability scanning. So you can see all of the use cases here, analysis of the vulnerability, the key objectives. The threat intel platform will classify the vulnerabilities by type, source and likely target, understand how vulnerabilities are exploited as part of the advanced attack. So what I'm simply saying here is, in your organization, if you already have a scanner platform, then you have to subscribe to a threat intel. And if you do, these are some of the benefits that you will get. All right. So intelligence needed, intelligent knowledge based on the vulnerability, threat actor techniques, and likely target as well. Threat analysis report customized for the industry or the expert. So a typical threat intel that you subscribe to would help you to achieve this. All right. And it's a good approach because, you will get a whole lot of value from it. Because, in the wild, a lot is changing every day. And I've mentioned something earlier on the exploitability of your vulnerability that you have identified, or whether or not the proof of concept is even available. But with the threat, if you subscribe to a threat intel platform that has got all of this information, then that would help you. That would help you a lot to determine how your prioritization will work. All right. So vulnerability prioritization determines which vulnerabilities affected system and software in enterprise are not mitigated by existing defense and control, are actively being exploited by threat actors. So look at what this would help you as well. Intelligence knowledge base, research and attack method currently in use, and exploit kits offered on an ACAS basis. So if you're looking to combine threat intel with your vulnerability, these are some of the things benefit of it, and this is what you will get from it. I would highly recommend this for if your environment is large and you have over 5,000 assets and you operate a whole lot of maybe critical asset, then it only just makes sense that you combine threat intel with your vulnerability management solution. All right, so our threat intel helps vulnerability prioritization. It would help you to understand the relevance and the severity of your vulnerability. You will get information on exploit and exploit kits. All right, so this is again talking about the proof of concept. So if there's anything here that is in the wild that it can use to exploit your vulnerability, you will get that on the first hand, from a threat intel platform. Mitigation techniques would also be shared as well. Then you would also get clarity, to access business risk. So the bottom line is cyber threat intelligence can help you, or can help your organization with vulnerability, can help you, as a vulnerability management analyst to better understand how and whom vulnerabilities are likely to be used, and all of those, advantages that come with it. So again, in an interview, you can be asked what you would do differently, giving you an example of what that is. Okay. But more importantly, you can add threat intel to it, can help you to prioritize your vulnerability. So these are examples of source of vulnerability threat intelligence. So I've listed a few here. One of the best is FireEye. Rapid7 has got something great as well. You may just want to check it out. Yeah, okay. All right, so we're coming almost towards the end now, and I would be quick now so that we can wrap up this section. So we're going to look at vulnerability management lifecycle. Vulnerability management lifecycle is a business process that never ends, all right, as long as an organization exists. So if you have a vulnerability management lifecycle in your organization, you shouldn't only focus on scanning assets for vulnerabilities. Rather, it should take a life cycle. Life cycle approach simply means that the vulnerability exists. The vulnerability exercise has to constantly go through different phases, as I'm going to show you in a few minutes, or as I'm going to show you in the next slide. You should constantly go through different phases. All right. So this illustration is just very simple. When you think about vulnerability management, think about assessment, think about analysis, then also think about remediation as well. And as simple as this is, it can be quite complex. All right. And there's so many challenges that you will face on the way. All right. So in a vulnerability management, like I said, is a process that would help you to determine whether to eliminate, mitigate, or to tolerate a vulnerability based upon risk and the cost associated to fixing the vulnerability. So you have to strike a balance here. And you would agree with me that it's not all vulnerabilities that you might be able to fix. To be honest, there's some that that would end up in the risk register where it is accepted, where the risk is accepted, by the business or the asset in owner. All right. So as good as vulnerability management is, it can also be quite challenging as well. All right. So a VM or vulnerability management program is extremely advantageous. It's come a lot with a lot of benefit, to any business. If applied successfully, it will not only enhance enterprise security posture, but it would help to uncover risk and also address them as well. But it would also save time and money, by suppressing the likelihood of data breach. However, starting a vulnerability management program and expecting it to work as planned, all right, should be, all right, it should be a goal for any security team, but it is not true in the real world. So I must be honest with you. All right, see, if you work in a small organization and you do your scanning, that's fine. But if you work in a big organization where they already, if you're lucky that they already have the vulnerability management program set up, that's fine. You just walk into it and you're doing your scan and all nice and you're reporting. But if you are where you have to set up one, it's not usually it can be quite challenging. I think that's the point I'm trying to make there. All right. So, but it's in the real world, like I said, it's can be quite challenging. In this section, I will be going through 4 challenges that prevent security team from actually completing their objectives, and also completing their objectives and the difficulties most times, and how to overcome them. So we're not just only be talking about the challenges, we're also going to be talking about how to overcome them. All right, so one major problem is assessment. All right, so this talks about traditional desktop scanner cannot handle large network, and that's the truth. We've talked about if you're scanning just maybe a few assets, that's fine. But if your asset is running to like 5,000, 10,000, then you need an enterprise management, vulnerability management solution. Qualys can help you, Tenable can also help you as well. But largely in an IT environment, in an IT estate, that will work. If you move to a different environment, like an OT environment, then you might be looking for a different scanner entirely. All right, or if you're operating, if you're in an operational technology, all right, then maybe likes of Newzoomi. Newzoomi is a very, very good tool. Another one called Clarity is a very good tool as well, that works in that environment. So traditional scanner, desktop scanner, would have a lot of limitation with here. All right, provide volume of useless check because it's traditional. Chopping up scanner and distributing them is cumbersome. Okay, time consuming and resource intensive. Finding the problem is half the battle as well. So these are some of the challenges that you will face with assessment. You also face some of this challenge around analysis. So manual and resource intensive process to determine. So I was telling you earlier on that if you have a large data, if you have records of data that you have exported from your scanner platform, okay, to actually slice and dice that using Excel, would take a lot of time. And I said most times the Excel would break. Okay, so these are some of the experience, some of the things I have faced personally as well. And I recommended then that if you experience the same thing, you can suggest to the network, suggest to the business, to look for an alternative data analytic product. And a good example could be Power BI. All right, no correlation between vulnerability, threat, and asset. That's another challenge. No way to prioritize what vulnerability should be addressed. We've just talked about that. Stale data, making decision on last quarter vulnerability. That's another another main challenge as well. And the reason why I have all of this is you would be asked in an interview, or you would end up at work, and some of these things would play. It would play itself out And those are the common challenge of vulnerability management. All right. Remediation, security resources are often being centralized. In fact, most times you have your vulnerability scanned and all of the data. Nobody, all right, is there to to remediate it. It's just because maybe the IT team is under resource and there is no dedicated resource, to fix the issue. Trust me, these are real problem. In most enterprises. The security organization often does not own a network or the system. That's correct as well. So, you've identified the vulnerability, but you cannot, do anything with it. Multiple groups may own an asset, or sometimes you don't even have an ownership. Nobody is owning anything. So again, you can't fix the problem. Presenting useful and meaningful information to relevant stakeholder, absolutely. I talked about that in reporting. Poor communication between teams. Yes, communication between yourself and the IT team. Well, you tend to solve all of those problems, or you could solve some of those problems in the course of the vulnerability management program. Determining if the fix was actually made. All right, that's another challenge, because you will run your risk scan, to ascertain whether an identified vulnerability has been fixed. Sometimes you have false positives. So when the IT team are coming back to you to say, right, we've deployed the patch and your scanner is saying something different. All right, so we've talked about the issue of time. These are just good illustrations. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here. So this can also be a great challenge as well. So on one hand, the vulnerability is there. On the other hand, you need to fix it, within a short period of time. Remember, we talked about 0-day vulnerability, and when you have that, you can't sleep on it. You have to work with the older team to ensure that the fix is applied almost immediately, because you have the responsibility to do that and also to report back, to the business. So the time factor is a major challenge in vulnerability management. Time and time again, we cannot overemphasize that. There would always be a time, so I've given the example, and the typical example that I gave earlier on is just all about, the exploit or the proof of concept is in the wild. You've been informed by the vendor, that cyber criminals, can exploit this vulnerability, and you now have to work, with, you have to work with the IT team and, whoever is responsible, maybe the developer, the software team or the third party company, to put a fix in place. So the race is usually against time. And the same applies to you as well. It's just an illustration. All right. So in the next few slides, I'm going to be talking to you about, this life cycle. All right. We've talked about those challenges that, you've seen earlier. I'm going to be talking to you about the life cycle. All right. So I saw this, it's from this company called Fanstone, and it's very, very good. Okay. I've just added a few bits and pieces. So the ones in the green is just something that I added there. And you can see here policy that if you think about vulnerability management life cycle, you think about it this way, all right, up to 9. I've added the green ones there, all right? So you see policy, established policy, standard, and guideline. Inventory, all right? You see this keep coming back again, because for you to have a robust and a vulnerability management solution, that a vulnerability management program that works, you need an inventory of assets, and we can't overemphasize that. Remember, we keep talking about it. Then the scanning, actual scanning, prioritizing business value to the asset, the vulnerability, determine vulnerabilities on the asset, the threat view, potential threats, the risk, the remediation, proactive fix vulnerabilities, measure impact of security decisions, and also the compliance. So for you to have for you to have a successful approach, implemented an effective VM strategy. And I'm going to be going into each of those phases that we talked about now. So you can see here, it's just all about the policy. All right. So you have to have an established process, standard, and guideline for you to have a very, for you to have a successful vulnerability management. Then you have to, document your steps. Document, if you're referencing any standard, make sure that the standard is well referenced in your policy, and you should also have guidelines as well. And your process, policies, process, and procedure, there must be clearly defined roles and responsibility. So your role, as a vulnerability specialist, you'll be responsible for, making sure that, you carry out the regular scan, okay, and the risk scan as well, okay. You would manage, the vulnerability management, maybe program. It might not be you directly, but at least, you're involved, all right, in the program. So your policy will be clearly defined. So your policy will clearly define the roles and responsibility, all right. Then you should also have defined vulnerability management steps. In other words, a process, okay. And the process will talk about the preparation vulnerability scan. It would also talk about, the how you define your remedial action. If you want to implement remedial action, how you will go about that, and also the risk scan as well. So here, I'd put this together. I hope this would help. So this is a process that I wrote some times ago, and I have it here. And so this flow just talks about what you would do from start to end. So you can see here that where you start, you do the vulnerability scan, you review you take your report and review it. What follows is you identify the assets that are vulnerable. You check, there's a decision here whether those assets are critical or not. So you can see here, if an asset is not critical, it goes back to the process. But if they are critical, you are checking that against the inventory. So again, we've taken a whole lot of assumption here that you have a proper asset inventory, all right? So you're checking the criticality against that inventory. You're performing risk assessment here, okay? Then on the back of that, I think I have another one that's more. All right, let's use this one, not that one. All right, sorry. So this one is better. Yeah, this one is better, sorry. So this one, you start, you do the asset discovery. You have discovered your assets. So like I said, Tenable can help you to do that. Qualys can help you do the asset discovery. Once that is done, you carry out vulnerability scan, okay? You do the vulnerability scan, then you do the vulnerability identification and the analysis. Then what follows is the system at risk? You're asking that question, if the system at risk. If yes, you start to prioritize it. And that prioritization, there's a whole lot that you put into consideration. So I've shared some with you earlier on. So Tenable has this thing that we call the VPR rating. You can check the VPR rating for that particular CVSS. Then you also check whether there's a proof of concept, whether that vulnerability that you have identified is exploitable. You check the criticality of the asset and the business impact as well. So this is not too far off from what I just shared with you earlier on. So on the back of that, you'll be able to prioritize what vulnerability you want to remediate. All right, assuming that you do that, you do the prioritization, then you have a question here: should I remediate or not? If you're not going to remediate, then you're asking if there's a workaround or is a patch, to fix that issue. If there is one, then you apply, you find and you apply the patch or the countermeasures. Then you rescan, you report, and that end. All right. If you're not going to remediate, all right, then it's a no. Then here you derive actionable plan to mitigate the vulnerability. You rescan and you monitor the vulnerability, you report, and also you document the risk as well, and enhance it. Sometimes you might not be able to do both. You might not be able to remediate, and you might not be able to do mitigate. So if that is the case, then you trigger an exception, all right? And you're asking yourself, all right, you trigger an exception here. You ask the question, is exception required? If it's a yes, it comes here, exception approved, and you document the risk. If it's a no, yeah, so if it's a no, then remediation, then you raise, if it's a no, sorry, if it's a no, pointing upwards. So if it's a no, then remediation plan, and you raise a change request. So exception is you're accepting the risk. You can't do anything about the risk, but you're accepting it. But if it gets here and it's still a no, then maybe you're raising a change request, to fix that problem. So what I didn't talk about here was if the asset is not at risk, okay, the system is not at risk. It goes back to the beginning and the process starts again, okay? But I also put something here. I call it vulnerability notification alert and external source, okay? This process is different from this one. And the reason is because sometimes, if it were to be a zero-day attack, you remember I was talking to you about it 2 days ago. If it were to be a zero-day attack, most likely you will not, find out from your scanning. It will probably, you'll get that information directly from your vendor or somewhere else. All right. So I said here that vulnerability notification or alert, you're being informed from an external source and you're scanning your environment for the same thing. If you were to be a zero-day attack, most likely, you will not find that vulnerability, on your network. The reason is just very simple, is because, all right, there is no signature for that particular vulnerability. So you can look at an asset, and you know that this, it's vulnerable to a zero-day attack. But for that moment, because that vulnerability has not been publicly disclosed, all right, in NVD, National Vulnerability Database, and it might just be that, maybe the vendor, your scanner vendor, they're just aware of it. But at that moment, they do not have a signature to identify that vulnerability. So I'm saying here that beyond you, I'm knowing about vulnerability by reason of scanning, the other way that you know about vulnerability sometimes is through external source. And that external source can be, all right, your vendor. So I usually encourage people that when you get a job, make sure that whoever is providing service for you, subscribe to, their newsletters, so that you can get an up-to-date information about their product, okay? So hence I had this process that I put here. All right, I hope this helps. So to go back to here, no, not this one. Go back here. So what I just showed you earlier on, that's a typical vulnerability management workflow. All right, process you can put together all of this nice thing together and write some text and word around it. But if you want to represent it in terms of workflow, this is not a bad idea. Okay, don't take this. This is not anything set in the stone. All right, I've only just written it on the back of something that I did. Again, you have to go to your organization and understand how things work so that you can write or create one that works for your organization. All right, inventory. The inventory is very, very important. It's the way an organization lists and provides details of its asset. Having an asset and data inventory is a basic step of security program. All right, but in many cases, it looks easier than it is. Assets usually are tracked at some level by other functions, but often this inventory don't include information that you need. At the minimum, you want to capture some basic information like the system name, the version of the software, the physical location, the IP address, the owner, and a few other information. All right, so the success of a vulnerability management program is pivotal, to a well, defined asset inventory. So if you do not have an asset inventory, then your organization, you might struggle with it. All right. So while that is not what you can solve, it's not your problem, but it's important that you know that it is important that you know that this pivots to the success of a vulnerability management program. So this is an example of what you're going to be looking for in an asset inventory. Well, if your organization have one, IP address, name of the asset, the owner of the asset, the sensitivity of the asset. This is very, very important. All right, this is just a CMDB, so. Vulnerability scanning, we've already talked about this. I'm not going to over-labor it. You know what that is now. We've talked about prioritization as well. We've talked about authentication and own authentication scan. We already covered that, the benefit of both of them. Prioritizing an asset, on the first day I was talking about, business impact analysis, that if you're unsure, and most organizations, they don't even have the correct labeling for their assets. And I gave an example that one of the best way to go about it is carrying out a BIA against those assets, because you can tell from there, the business will be able to tell the criticality of those assets. And that would also help you as well, with your, vulnerability remediation prioritization. Remember, we talk about that. So when you pick up your report after that you have generated it and you have sliced and diced it, then if you have a pre-knowledge to the business value of those assets, then that would also help you to determine what to do next. So asset prioritization, that's some of the things that you might look for in terms of their category. This may not necessarily tell you how important it is, but when you're putting your prioritization together, maybe this could help your asset category basically. Still more in the asset prioritization, whether the advice are known or unknown, determining network-based application, excellent scalability, asset-based discovery, a few information that would help you to determine the prioritization. Correlate the threat, your vulnerability report would definitely help here. When you're correlating the threat. We already talked about threats in the day one. I don't want to go, you have to go back to day one to look at what we discussed. We talked about the threat and we talked about threat sources as well. So every time you find a vulnerability, you understand the threat, maybe that would help you as well to be able to determine, the risk to your organization. All right. We talked about worms exploit. The first day, we talked about different threats sources. Risk level, not too, moment ago, we talked about risk and how your likelihood and impact can help as well to help with the prioritization by putting some context around the risk. We talked about the how risk framework can also be limited as well, because it's not that granular and it doesn't provide a lot of context around vulnerabilities. We mentioned it. We said it's good if your organization have a risk management program, a risk management framework in place. But beyond that, there might be other elements that need to put in place that would help you to prioritize your vulnerability. Risk calculation, it's a very good one as well. So think about the asset, the vulnerability, the threat, the controls that are there, and that would help you to calculate your risk on the basis of your risk framework. So this is not a risk assessment training, so we're not going into risk assessment, if that makes sense. The remediation, obviously to remediate now, we said prioritizing it. With all of those information I've given earlier on, would help determine how you want to prioritize your remediation effort. Okay, so remediation and a few remediation there. So I was just talking about how to apply your patch here, which I'm still going to come back into. Impact on the availability for a bad patch versus the risk of not patching at all, and why patching is not your responsibility, sits more with the infrastructure team, but at least you have to have an idea when those patches are deployed. Measures, which is where you do your risk scan now. You have, accountability, universal standard to quantify the risk, common nomenclature, dashboard view of the risk and vulnerability. So a typical vulnerability scanner would help you to do this. Qualys, most importantly, they would have all of this information that would help you. You'll be able to see in a nice, beautiful dashboard where you are, and you'll be able to take a decision on the back of that. So some workflows that we have here. This would also be very, very useful for you. So if you're carrying out a scan, for example, this is a very good workflow. You can see here, if you're a SOC analyst or a vulnerability management analyst, this is where you sit, all right? So this swim lane, combine 3 actors, an analyst, an owner, and a customer. And what I'm trying to do here is if you start scanning from here, and you're scanning for your customer, the result will be sent to the customer, all right? And the customer could be an HR personnel, okay? And you're working as a SOC analyst, so that will be sent to the customer. And the question you're asking here is, any issue detected? If yes, then you would communicate that issue to the customer. You will communicate that issue to the customer. So, and that in terms of communicating that issue to any issue detected, yes, the customer will communicate that issue back to you for investigation. An issue could be anything, to be honest. Maybe the report, the outcome of the report is not what the customer is looking for. So that's a typical issue. Or if the entire scope of the scan was not covered, that's a typical issue. So that will come back to you for you to investigate, for you to fix. Okay. So this is a typical one. If there are no issues, then the result is received, and the customer would from there take the result, consume it, and do whatever they need to do with it. But when the result is sent, the scan result, it could also go to the asset owner as well. So a customer may not necessarily be the asset owner. All right, they might just be the one that's a request for a scan. Okay, but the asset owner should be kept in view. But that's not usually the case. So like I said, some organization, you don't even have an asset owner. So that's a problem itself. So another task that you might carry out, you carry out vulnerability scanning process. Another task you might be carrying out is what we call you're packaging a Qualys Cloud Agent. So if you're doing that, again, this is the customer. This is you, SOC analyst. Okay, the customer can make a request. Who is the customer here? It could be anybody in any business unit. Someone working in finance, it could be your customer. They could request asset onboarding. So the second one here could be if you have a project manager or somebody in between you and the customer. The project manager will validate the request. Is this information correct? If it's no, they send it back to the customer and the hands. If it's a yes, they send the request to you. You will package the agent. You will deploy the agent You deploy the agent. You deploy the agent. All right. So you will package the agent. You will send the agent to another team. All right. The team would deploy the agent, and they would issue. They will deploy the agent. If there are any issues, they will come back to you and tell you what the problem is, or they can communicate directly, to the project manager or to the customer. But if there are no issues, then the agent is deployed. If it's a no, this swim lane is not perfect because Why this is going, yes, there should be something like says no. So if it's a no, then, the process ends. If it's a yes, then you communicate the issues back, to the project manager and also to the customer as well. So when we say you package an agent, we're just simply saying that where the customer has requested that, they have an host, a computer somewhere that they wanted to deploy a Qualys agent on it. That's what I mean by packaging an agent. Okay. Another vulnerability management process. This time around, the process start here. So this time you analyze a vulnerability. So an asset owner analyze a vulnerability. They analyze the vulnerability. So you can imagine that you generate a report, and that has been analyzed by the asset owner. The asset owner is asking the question, should I accept the risk or not? If they no, they define the corrective action plan. If it's a yes, they trigger an exception process, like I was saying to you, they trigger an exception process. Once that is triggered, they would accept the risk, and also they will now document the risk here. Okay, so that's what an asset owner would do in this situation. Accept risk or not, no, define a corrective action, and yes, trigger an exception plan, document the risk, and that ends. But in this, on the side of for the SOC analyst, they would analyze vulnerability and associated risk. They will provide input, all right, and recommended risk for remediation. That will go back to the asset owner. Right? Don't forget that you would have done the scan. You have reviewed the report, and you send that back to the asset owner. On the other hand, what the IT person is doing is they would analyze the vulnerability from a technical perspective. They will provide input and recommendation of what's feasible for the from technical standpoint. So all of the information that is coming from the SOC and the IT is getting fed into the asset owner. The asset owner will now make a decision on the back of that to determine whether or not to accept the risk. No, define a corrective action, then yes, accept the risk. But when we say define the corrective action, don't forget here that the IT has already made recommendations in terms of what can be done from technical viewpoint, and that is being fed into the corrective action, and they're making a decision on the back of that. Risk scan is very simple. The SOC analyst or the cybersecurity analyst, the SOC analyst or the vulnerability analyst will be doing the risk scan. Okay. So here they do the risk scan. They send the feedback for confirm the successful, or that the scan has been successfully implemented. Asset owner, they just need to know. All right. There's something there's a RACI matrix in vulnerability scan that it would also be nice, to show you, but not today, to be honest. So RACI matrix has role, accountability, what to see there. So role, responsible, accountability, consulted, and informed. All right. So in this case now, it is my responsibility here, or your responsibility as a SOC analyst or vulnerability management analyst, to carry out the risk scan. All right. It is, you need to consult or inform, you need to inform the asset owner about the risk scan that you have done. So they need to be aware, but you can consult. All right. So it is the responsibility of this IT to implement the change. All right. But when you're carrying out the risk scan, okay, this can be consulted. It needs to be informed. But the responsibility of the risk scan lies with the IT. The responsibility of the implementation of the corrective action lies with the assessment, lies with the IT team. And that's where the concept of the RACI matrix also comes in. And that can be quite useful, especially in the real world, okay? Exception process. So decision flow for handling vulnerability. Remember I talked about the exception process earlier on. And why you trigger an exception process sometimes is because if you're stuck, an asset owner is stuck and they can't make a decision what to do, whether to remediate or mitigate or to accept a risk, the acceptance process is triggered. And you can see this beautiful workflow here. So you identify vulnerability, you ask the question, is it possible to remediate them? If it is a yes, you apply a fix and you validate it, end of story. If it's a no, you ask the question again, is it possible to be mitigated? If it can be mitigated, you apply the corrective actions or the controls. If it's a no, then you accept the risk, then approve exceptions, and you revisit on expiration. All right. You revisit on expiration is because for every time you trigger an exception and it's approved, it's for a period of time. It is not forever. So you could accept a risk for 2 months or 3 months. Why the IT team or the technical team is looking for mitigating or remediation action for that particular vulnerability. Okay, but anytime you accept a risk, what you're doing, I take you back here, is you will document that risk in a risk register. All right, so you document it here, and so there you'll be able to monitor the risk, on a regular basis before it gets expired again. All right, vulnerability management model. I want you to pay a lot of attention here. Don't worry about too much about this one because we don't have time. So the maturity model is very, very important. All right. You can see here, vulnerability management. I have monitoring model. I have vulnerability management framework. We've talked about the process. We talked about reporting. We've talked about vulnerability meetings with stakeholder. All right. This part is what I wanted you to focus on. But if I take you here, vulnerability maturity model. This is a NIST. This bit is from NIST. Okay, and sometimes when you're at work and if you have a vulnerability management program, one of the questions that they would ask you is how can they mature it? Okay. How can you mature your model from here to here? This is where everybody wants to be as a company, but the reality is it's not always, okay? But you can always start to measure yourself from the level 0. There are 6 levels across, and the level 0 is you're just asking questions. So for you to be able to determine where you are, just ask questions along this line. So here it says no vulnerability scanning, manual vulnerability assessment, haphazard patching, no process exists, policies and standard, undocumented, no metrics or reporting. So if you ask these questions, just very simple questions, when you join your organization, you can tell exactly where they are in their level of maturity. So if you don't have scanning at all, then it is a 0. If you have scanning and you're doing it, if you have scanning tools and you're doing it haphazardly, it is a 0 as well. All right, if you don't have the documented process, vulnerability policies, processes, and procedures, then again, you're at level 0, all right? But at level 1, maybe you have something in place, vulnerability assessment solution is in place, all right? You're carrying out an ad hoc vulnerability scanning. So it means that, you're just doing it as at when you want to do it, so there is no frequency to what you do, all right? So again, this is at level 1. Rudimentary patching, patching is not done on a regular basis, and this issue you can see here, to ascertain your maturity model. To determine where you are in your maturity model. So there's a whole lot of elements around patching, that must also be done as well. All right. So it's not just left for the vulnerability management specialist or analyst, okay, to do. There's a whole lot that other departments will do to get you into each of this maturity level. All right, so basic process, basic matrix. All right, if you have any of this, and you also to determine where you are, just ask questions along this lines, and you'll be able to tell exactly where you are. Then level 2, you can see here, driven by regulatory framework. So we talked about different regulatory frameworks. Say if your assessment is driven by PCI DSS, ISO 27001, or contractual obligations, you probably, because you are mandated to do it, you probably be on level 2. You have a scheduled scan, so we talked about the frequency, but again, your scan is scheduled, to take place at a particular time. You scan, to patch. You have emerging processes, lead to maturity and busy metrics. So if you're here, then that's fine. But this is where everybody wants to be. So if you look at level 5, it says here threat and risk aligned with business goals. All threat vectors scan and prioritize. So remember, we've been talking about this prioritization all along. So if you're here and you're doing prioritization and you're doing continuous patching, and you have a very, very rounded, solid, patch management process, your organization alongside, which aligned with your vulnerability management program, then you're probably here. All right, but it will take a lot of effort to get to this place. It is achievable, but it would take a lot of effort, to make sure that everything is working very well. All right, so I recommend that, this is a very, very good, maturity model. Of course, it's quite high level. If you find yourself in your organization, you can start to have that discussion with the business, and do a gap analysis. Again, do a gap analysis of your vulnerability management program against, this, items that you have in this level, and you'll be able to tell where you are in your maturity model. All right, patch management. I will be very, very quick here. So we can now see the relationship between patch management and vulnerability management, like they're hand in glove, and you can't separate them. So patch is the process of referring systems vulnerability which are discovered after the infrastructure component has been released into the marketplace. This is why it is necessary to devise a patch management process to ensure the proper preventive measures and take against potential threat. So deploying patch, it has the IT team has so many approach to it. Obviously, they will take the patch, they would test it, and once it is tested, then they would apply it. In some places, I've worked in some places where they use this N minus 90 days. It's crazy. So it means that every time that Microsoft, for example, Microsoft releases patches, this company, would only deploy the patch after the 3rd month. All right, so they call it this thing they call the N minus N 90 days or something like that. Sorry, I can't remember exactly what that is. But that 90 days just talk about 3 months. So every time, I say that again, so they would deploy the patch that has been released from likes of Microsoft 3rd month after those patches were released. It's crazy. I've never seen anything stupid, like that before. So even if they are critical patches, and they keep, practically that does not work. It can't even work. But let's not even talk about what that is. So every organization should be able to take patches from vendors, test them in their test environment, then roll it out as soon as possible. Okay. But in terms of those rollouts, they would have different tools that they use. Some organizations would use the SCCM to deploy their patch. Others will use WSOS to deploy their patch. So you as a vulnerability management analyst, you work closely with the infrastructure team to just know the frequency, not to know too much of how they deploy their patch. I mean, it would be nice to know, but what you are interested in is, when are they deploying the patch? All right, what patches are they deploying? Are they critical? The security patches, so that you can, update the management in terms of your remediation and the fixes that you're applying to mitigate or to remediate your vulnerabilities. Okay. So there are different types of security patches. We have the ones that fix the bugs. We have the one for security update. Then we have different ones. So depending on the organization, depending on the on your technology and who your vendor is, you would get regular update from them to deploy those patches. A few ones here: binary patches, source code patches, light patches, hot fixes, hot releases, program temporary fix, security patches, service decks, unofficial patches, and monkey patch. So a lot of them. I'm not an expert in this area, but this is just for information purposes. So when you do your vulnerability scan, you would like I said, it will come with recommendations. And in those recommendations, sometimes with Microsoft suite of product, you would even have something just went over my head now, but the KBs, all right, that's the KB. You would also have information about that particular patch that Microsoft has recommended. And sometimes, if you have time, you can go to Microsoft and read more about those patches. But practically, it can be quite difficult, because if you're dealing with hundreds of vulnerability, I don't know how it is practicable for you to look at each KBs that has been released. So I would normally leave that for the IT team to sort out. I mean, I've worked in some places where they were asking for like asking if they can take so the vulnerability data set that you get from your vulnerability platform, i.e. Qualys and or Tenable. Sometimes they would have all of those information in terms of the KBs, the specific patch that needs to be deployed. Those are all the rich data sets that come with Qualys. Like I said, I've been in a situation where the IT team were asking, "Oh, can we filter out? Can I get that information?" And if you can help them out and slice and dice your data and with a pivot table to be able to extract that information out, why not? But if not, right, just get them to do it themselves. Okay. But if you're using a more powerful data analytic tool like the Tableau, maybe yes. Or if you can write a script that can query, the data that you're collecting from Qualys or any other scanner platform to extract that information out. Again, so the possibility is endless. But I think the point I'm trying to make there, sometimes you have to push back. Okay, when certain questions are being asked, and especially if it's not within the remit of what you have been contracted to do, or if you do not have that time. Not that you can't help, you can, but if you can, if it will impact on all the things that are pressing, you can just say, what, the data is there, figure it out. So then these are all the old fixes. Patch management is as a process used to update software, operating systems, application on the asset in a logical manner, while vulnerability management as a process that discover assets on the network, categorize the operating system and application on the asset, and report on the vulnerabilities on the target. I think you know that by now. So will I be really worried about the patch management policy? Yeah. I might read it just to understand how patches are applied and the frequency. But again, as a vulnerability management specialist, it's not really your cup of tea. You should be informed. You should know what it is, but you will not be responsible for writing one. You shouldn't be responsible for writing one. It might be different for your organization. So let's look at this nice cycle. So yeah, monitor vulnerabilities. Yeah, sure. Vulnerability management solution will do that. Establish priority. Yeah, you should do that. Manage knowledge. Test patches. Yeah, so patch management will do that. It won't be us. Implement patch. So IT team will do that. Verify implementation. That would be the vulnerability management specialist. I think with the SCCM and WSOS as well, I believe that when patches are deployed, from that platform, you should be able to tell the success rate, whether that patch are actually deployed or not, then improve on the process. So with the established priority, so I think we've already talked about all of this. Is just a risk-based approach on what you want to patch first or not. Obviously, if there were security patches, if there were security patches that were missing, the attention should be more on that than any other thing. All right. Knowledge database. You want to maintain a database, and you also want to link the resource as well. You should have a dev environment where you test your patches before you roll them out into the prod environment. All right. Implement the patch to reduce the risk, transfer risk, or accept risk. So implementation, like I said, there would be tools that can be used to do that. I've given you those example of those tools. It might be different for other organization. Then verify implementation, verify that files and settings will change specified by the vendor, run a vulnerability scan. A vulnerability analyst will do that. Make use of penetration testing. Yeah, you can do that as well to verify that implementation is correctly done. And like I said again, and again, that with some tools, IT tools, you could also verify the implementation as well, whether the patch is properly deployed. Then lastly, improve your process, verify implementation, improve your process, train, automate, patch management solution, and learn your lesson. Okay, so I think we are finished. All right, guys. I don't know if you guys are still there. Okay, so I'm just gonna stop my recording. So before I stop my recording, I just want to say massive thank you to all of you that you're listening to me, whether here or online. Thank you for your time. It's been amazing, taking the time to train today. We started this entire training from, I think, on Thursday now. Thursday, Friday, now today, which is Saturday. And today we spent, God knows, I think we spent well over 3 hours. Well over 3 hours. Well over 3 hours. Okay. Just want to say thank you for your patience. Everybody that is still there. Julie, Mayowa, Feromi, Chris, Alfred, Babatunde, you are the strong ones, and Peter as well. So great stuff. I know some people joined, maybe they drop off, maybe they have to be somewhere. I totally understand. They can check out the recording later. I just want to say that, I've added a lot of new information into my training slides. I just want to, try and just help, you know what I mean? I just want to, show you guys something entirely different. And sometimes, if I don't put in my best, I feel guilty. I feel guilty that that I have something that I wanted to share and I didn't get the opportunity to share it. So you understand where I'm coming from, and I'm sure that you appreciate it. So apologies that I took all your time today, like I took the whole of your Saturday from you. Apologies, but like I said, I'm sure this would pay off. I'm looking forward to you smashing all the job in the marketplace, coming back to me and say, "Oh, Wale, thank you," and that would make me happy. So when we start to talk about your success stories and what you have done from here, and I know that would happen, pretty much soon. Okay, so I would stop the recording. If you still have the energy and you want to ask me questions, I can take questions. I'll stop the recording now. Okay, and I'll stop the recording. Yeah. Stop recording. Yes. Okay. So, guys, are you still there? Somebody has just dropped off. I don't know who that is. Do anybody have any question that they want to ask me? I really doubt now. Alfred, Baba today, anybody in the next 5 minutes?
Hi, please, when are we going to have the Qualys training that you talked about?
And so it will be at the end when you all finish.
Okay, thank you.
There's a guy called Larry Odesanya that's going to help you further with that one. Any other question, guys? Probably most of them are not even there.
No, not from me though, Wale. Not for me yet. I think I need to do some more reading and go back and listen to the video all over again.
Absolutely, everybody needs that, isn't it? I'm quite yeah. Any other person? All right. So I think that we're all happy. So guys, thank you so much. And I will see you soon. Okay.
Sorry, I asked a question on the chat. Please, could you address her?
Say that again.
I asked a question in the chat.
All right. What was it? Can you repeat it if you don't mind? To be vulnerable, do you have to know more than qualities? Is that your question? To be vulnerability analyst, do you have to know more than qualities and Tenable tools?
Yes, that's my question.
Okay, all right. Yeah, no. I just use that as example because they are widely used, all right, in the industry. So if you know one of them, that's why if you notice, I make reference to Qualys, okay, because I don't want to be talking about scanner platform that is flying over your head without actually, making reference to a particular one. But by all means, you don't have to. If you know one of them, is good. And like I said, after this training, there would be Larry or Desoya that would help you guys. So for as many that wanted to do a vendor, specific certification and learn more a little bit about this too, then Larry would help you. So yeah, and Qualys is popular. Maybe that's the reason why I'm just making reference to it. It's popular, Tenable as well. So it's so if you pick 10 organizations, you would probably find like maybe 5 that is using it. Okay, so hence I was making the reference to it. So to be a vulnerability, do you have to know? Yes, you're better off to know one of them. At least, because in your CV, you must be able to say, oh yeah, I know this too. And that's what the training would help you to do, and also get a certification from them. And because their tool is robust, it does so many things. I've not even touched on scanning containerized containers is massive. But at least what I've set the foundation today, that what you know today, you can walk into any interview and smash it and get the job. The tooling itself, you learn it on the job. You just find out when you get there, so somebody would still employ you if you know Qualys, but you do not know, you haven't used Tenable before. But the concept of vulnerability management, and one of the most salient questions that they ask, is what I have explained to you in this training. Spending more time on prioritization, reporting, those are the things that they care about. Anybody can click through the scanner too, and you can learn it. Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question? I just want to know so that I can close myself.
I have a question.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
I just, because if we're tending towards GRC risk management, do I need to know all of this that you've, because I know this has been so techie for me and it's like way over my head, but obviously I will go, listen and try to absorb all that's been done.
To answer your question, not necessarily, but the knowledge of it could make you stand out.
Okay.
Because GRC is all about the risk, isn't it? Compliance and the risk. And you can see a whole lot of element of PCI DSS 27001,
right.
and you see all of those elements playing out here. But you can imagine that you walk into an interview and so GRC people, they are meant to be non-techie people, but you can still communicate this language, all right? Because you're going to be talking to techie people, and
right.
you can, talk about why, Qualys is being used or why scanner is being used, and blah 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 blah. You understand it from the risk viewpoint. Remember, we're talking about exceptions, triggering and exceptions. You can't fix a problem, but that ends up in a risk register. The GRC person will manage that risk register. That's your bread and butter. But you want to understand why that where the report is coming from. Remember, I talked about something yesterday. There's so many ways that you can get vulnerability data. One, from your vulnerability scan penetration testing, from an audit that is carried out, from a risk assessment that is carried out. And these are all different these are all different, security assurance program that when they are carried out, you will define vulnerability data that ends the risk. So if you think about your risk register, all of these sources is where your information will be coming from.
Got it. Yes.
And it can be identity questions. So knowledge of it, like you walk in there and you're talking about risk register and you're asking, so where do you get your information from? So not only, audit, it comes from, penetration testing as well. As a matter of fact, in the GRC, so they can write a report. Remember, we're talking about the concept of risk matrix. So you, Winnie, if you're wearing a GRC hat, you'll be informed. So a report from a pen test can end up on your table. But do you know what you're interested in? You're not interested in the technical jargons or all the problematics. You're interested in what is our risk here? How does it impact the enterprise? You're pulling out the risk and you're working it into your risk register, and you manage it from there. And how do you manage it? You begin to ask the questions. Who is the asset owner? All right, who's going to own this risk? And you chase that person to ensure that they own this risk, and you track it on your risk register to the point of, to the point where the problem is fixed. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely, it does. Thank you.
Good stuff. What time is it in your country there?
It's 11 a.m.
Oh wow! In the morning or in the night?
For morning.
Okay, morning. Okay, wow. Okay, any other person?
No, Wally, I pretty much I share the same view with is it Tammy? Winnie, sorry, I do apologize. Yes, because I was just thinking that okay, if I was planning to focus on GDPR or GRC, do I need to do this? But your explanation kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
In the sense that
it
when
usually comes handy. And that's why when I usually recommend that it might not be your cup of tea, but just have a knowledge.
And the knowledge of it.
Yeah, be able to talk about it. You go to a place, you see, in an interview, they will say somebody's, head and shoulder high. So every other person has come, but they're like, okay, really, that's knowledge of, talking about, it might just be something that will just blow them away as well in the interview.
Yeah.
Oh, where do you pick my data from? I look at the sources, and I pick it from here, put in the risk register, I work from there and all of that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Listen to it. I know it can be, maybe for Babatunde it's different because he's a techie guy. Chris might like everything that I'm saying. But yeah, let's just learn it. And Godwin as well. I don't know. Any other person? Well, what are your thoughts? Do you enjoy the training? It's important that I know, well, it might not be your cup of tea now, but did it help at all? Alfred, Winnie?
No, for me, I think it did. It's just the latter part that went a little bit over my head because in terms of the earlier part, when you talk about vulnerability, it goes with risk management anyway. So that was quite good for me, but just the latter part. And then I think another thing as well was when the other lady was tutoring the ISO auditing bit, that was just like...
All right.
But I've actually gone back to read on it, so it's kind of like bringing everything together, if that makes any sense, so
I feel you, but because you're new to the space, you would, and I really salute you guys, keep coming back. We would do everything possible.
Thank you.
Make this what your everything possible, myself and my team. Yeah, any other person? Is this what's your time?
Yes, I think this is Babatunde. For me, I have a little bit of a technical background. So a lot of the things you were saying are familiar, part of IT operations that I do or have come in contact with during the course of my career. But, with the you know, with the theoretical part is a little bit like, for example, the risk. You know, I don't do all those risk assessment, but when it comes to implementation, mitigation, and all that, that's what I've been opportune to do. So how everything's now tying together is what is interesting about this. Now I now understand, okay, so these are the things that is triggering all these things that end up on my table we need to do this, we need to on and all that. So it's kind of, I do enjoy the training, kind of makes sense. But the only thing is just that, I'm thinking in my head where, in terms of applying for a job, what kind of job would I be applying for? Because I'm not a documentation kind of person. I'm more of it's hard for, all these stories and all these management. I'm not that kind of a person. I'm more of, from a technical point of view, you understand, Mr. Wale, is to get the things done and work with the technology, which is interesting. So for me, I'm thinking in my head, what kind of roles we won't be applying for. Those are the kind of challenges that I have.
All right. So I can quickly comment on that. I know Chris wanted to say something, just hold that thought. Vulnerability management is largely driven by tools. I think I've said that over and over again. You would use tools, to do vulnerability management. Okay, but vulnerability scanning, an assessment. But in vulnerability management, bro, you have to communicate. You have to write report. You cannot be a successful vulnerability analyst, and you can quote me anywhere. Communication is there. And if you want to progress in your career, except if you just say, hey, I'm a firewall guy, I'm just going to be, interacting with, the machine. I don't want to talk to anybody and all of that. You sort of some kind of, you put a limit to how far you want to go. In your career, as a lead vulnerability specialist, someone that would aspire to, lead a team, one of the things that you'll be doing, you'll be talking to CISO. In my own little career, you would, after you've done this scanning and all of that, you would take a report, put it in a nice PowerPoint slide. All right, you put it in a nice PowerPoint slide, and you will share that report. So that's why I was emphasizing here that you can get a job as a vulnerability analyst and do all of your scanning. You definitely do that, but this part of this part of vulnerability also requires that ability to interpret your report as well. And I don't think that should be difficult for someone that's able to do the scanning. Or the other way around, the other way that you can also go is, SOC analyst. SOC analyst, you can go down, monitoring the network, and you SOC analysts don't do a lot of reporting. Yeah, you do maybe to someone senior, but you monitor the network and you go after any abnormalities and you fix the problem. So if that is you, then that type of role would work for you well. If you want to avoid a lot of writing report and also having to interact more with business people. Yeah, but being a SOC analyst will really help you, and I think that would be a perfect role for you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, SOC analyst would do for you. But it's interesting that you also know that what is important for you to know that for you to become a SOC analyst, all right, you need to know vulnerability management. Yeah. So you can be in a business unit. In fact, your title can be SOC analyst, but part of what you do is vulnerability management. You get what I'm saying? So you can be monitoring all the NICE and SIEM and all of that. So if you have both, it's better for you. So me, I've been in a situation they employed me. My role was a senior SOC analyst, but they had contracted out their their job. They've contracted out their SIM, all right, including vulnerabilities management, to Dell Secure Work. Yeah, so hence I was teaching you how to interpret report. So they've contracted it out. So I have that responsibility. Though I'm a SOC analyst, but within the remit of my job, I still carry out vulnerability scan.
Okay. Yeah, because the thing
it's an advantage if you know it.
Yeah, because the thing that is interesting is that even when you look at some of the, the rules, not necessarily of vulnerability analysts, probably InfoSec or cybersecurity.
Yeah, they have all of those
elements. You discover that it's a combination of so many things, and you're wondering, you're wondering.
No, the thing is, unfortunately, you see, cybersecurity, the people that want to give you money, they're not looking for just one specialist skills. Many. Yeah. And the more you know, the better for you.
Yeah.
You could go all the way a specialist, a vulnerability management specialist, or you could be trading so many skills at the same time. Yeah, you could be trading, and they ask you this one. Yeah, you just bring your weapon from your arsenal, and you show them. All right, Chris. Yeah, Chris wanted to say something. I'll just take one or two, then we can close.
I think I enjoyed your teaching. Thank you very much. Yeah, because it's kind of what I do at the moment. So at some point, I feel like maybe you're my colleague, or yeah, but it's good to have the knowledge and also to be versatile. With companies these days, they are looking for one person who wears different hats.
Yeah, absolutely.
They want to spend that money, but they also want to get value for their money.
Absolutely, and that's why we said that you go to an interview, and they will look at it and say, okay, yeah, this guy get everything. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Why I came to you about PCI DSS,
and all of that.
I want to have all of them as my CV, not to be expert, but to at least know some
knowledge. Knowledge
and some buzzwords, because those are the things that impresses a hiring manager.
But
when you
the good thing about this Qualys, what I've showed you was not even Qualys, but vulnerability scanning. You can see the relationship.
Yes.
Even from the PCI DSS.
Yeah. Exactly.
I spend quality time explaining what actually drives it sometimes, and I've been able to point you to, I will give an example of a module in Qualys that focuses on PCI DSS, and why other frameworks, and they like it, so they like it when you talk about, the why. It's very important. Yeah, it's not about just, because if you're just throwing your knowledge on, I can key in, I can click and no. People only pay you for people that actually answer the question of why. There's a saying that, see, if you know the how, you would always have a job. But listen, people that can answer the question why, they would always be the boss. Take that away. If you know the how, you would always have a job. But the people that can answer the question why, they would always be the boss. So why, I spend time teaching people, like, you could learn this, you could do this, but try as much as possible as well. Because see, when you begin to ask the question why, you're positioning yourself for leadership. Yeah, you're positioning yourself for leadership. That's the thing. And in leadership, it might look like, oh, you're doing more, but for me, at some point, I was all techie, firewall, boo, bad, and all of that. But at some point, I just thought, hang on a minute. I switched gear at some point in my career. I was a senior. No, I was a manager. Then I switched gear. I just went into GRC because I wanted to understand. Because GRC, as you know, is more closer to the business.
Yeah.
I switched. I went into GRC because I wanted to understand that you get these people, they filter things from up downwards, and it ends up in your table, like Babatunde is saying. It just ends up in your table. You just do it. But you don't know what drives it from business. I just went into GRC. Then I begin to now appreciate, all of these things that I do technical. Okay, I get it. So for me, that's why it's easy for me to train you, because I can speak both languages. You understand? So I can conveniently speak both languages, like language of a non-techie and a techie person. And when you get to that, oh dear, job will be easy for you, to be honest. It'll be easy for you. So when you're speaking to like a CISO and you're talking all of your technical things, there are certain things that they would expect to hear from you, as it relates to the business. Hence, I was teaching you reporting earlier on. It might look like, oh yeah, this guy, I was teaching you the certain things they want to hear from you. And that will now just make you more suited for the role than any other person. But I totally understand that, everywhere we are in our career is different. But I would just encourage that even whilst you're growing, don't just limit yourself to, oh yeah, if it's not technical, it can't be any other thing. Have a mix of it, because it would definitely help you at some point. And that's the reason why here, we say, just collect everything. Okay. Any other person? I know we still have Godwin there. Godwin.
Sorry, before you go, do we expect VM interview questions from you?
Do I expect what?
Do we expect interview questions, VM interview questions from you?
Oh, that's a question from Julie.
Yeah.
No, we have question bank, to be honest. Today we'll sort that out for you. We'll develop a lot of question bank over time. So you can.
That's for vulnerability. That's vulnerability management questions.
And no, not necessarily for everything. We have quite a number.
No, I mean this particular vulnerability, because at some point we're pointing out likely interview questions, even though
I was just saying that in the the way I train. Yeah. I'm pointing you to things that they would ask you, or they could ask you. So I'm not referring to a particular question bank. I'm just saying it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just saying that pay attention here. They would ask these questions. They could ask you these questions. So I'm like teaching you and also preparing you for.
Yeah. Can I ask, if we've not been too greedy, is it possible for you, with what you have taught us so far these past 3 days, to kind of collate vulnerability management interview questions? I know
no, sorry, I won't be able to do that. No.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, so you have to go and listen to the video.
No, I will. Definitely.
I mean, today can sort that out, but I'm not sure if I will be able to do that. To go over and call up this for you again. I'm not going to be able to do that.
Oh no, not going over the recording. Definitely, we will do that for ourselves. I mean, other questions that you didn't have the time to talk about in this session, because obviously you had a lot to teach. And the time
if you remember anything that you want to ask me on a private, I would always talk to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll leave it to the student to figure that out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you have anything, trust me, I would. As a matter of fact, like I said, I have so many things I would like to share, but do I remember everything? Earlier, I was going to talk about CIS, Center for Information Security, and that went over my head, and I was struggling. That went over my head. I couldn't remember. So you can imagine so many other things that I could have said that I didn't say. But that's why we encourage, ask questions. You could just figure out the things. And
okay, thank you very much.
All right. Any other person? Peter, Maiwa, and if no,
Wale, thank you very much. The class was really helpful.
Go with okay.
Yes, just the end, the last part that we'll probably just brush it up ourselves and all that, but everything went well. Thank you very much for today.
No worries. Yeah, I was also conscious of time as well, to be honest. I've taken your Saturday and very selfish of me.
4 hours class really not easy,
Yeah.
All right, thanks very much.
Okay, guys. So I think we should stop here. Thank you, and speak soon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.